Welcome everybody to the Melee Mashup. It's time for the first, as far as I know, prize pooled event with only melee weapons. I'm Walt's going to be casting with Rio for the group stages. How you doing, Rio? Yeah, let's jump real quick into the rules. Hold up. Sorry, you were muted there, Rio. Go ahead and
Oh,
there we go. Rio's excited to be here and said very important things. But we are going to look at the rules real quick. I'm just going to kind of go over what you guys can expect from this event. So it is a melee event, obviously. A bunch of restrictions on that. As Rio said, when you guys couldn't hear him, the goal is to make this as competitive as possible while understanding we are in a part of the game that was not really tested or balanced for. So there was a lot of things happening. First off, only melee weapons. That's pretty obvious. But you can only have one of each. Can't have two sledges. Can't have two swords. All the above. Specialization restrictions: no charge and slam, no turret, only one winch per team. Winch, you'll be stunning people. You try to keep that limited. Charge and slam is just a win button, and guardian turret
yeah.
obviously kind of goes against the feel. And then there's
It's a gun.
yeah, and then there's a
Yeah.
list of gadget restrictions. You'll notice a consistent theme here. Basically, anything that can do damage remotely that's like instant damage, like grenades and stuff. That's not like elemental grenades. That's pretty much what we're sitting at in terms of rules.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that does include, like, no RPGs, no stun gun even. So really anything that's a projectile or that shoots out just isn't allowed. So this will be pretty hardcore. This will be feeling like going back to a medieval tournament almost, but in the finals. So I'm just curious to see how this is going to work. As I mentioned before, I think that this is going to be just kind of chaotic fun. I think that there's never been a prize pool for anything like this. So I don't know what to expect. I know some of the players that are playing today. I know a couple of them that are pretty much solo sledge or melee only. So they might have an advantage over some of these other teams. But yeah, it's really going to be just a lot of wild fun. And for somebody that has so many hours in the finals already, I love that I'm seeing something fresh.
Yeah. Well, while we're getting here, I'm getting teams into the lobby. Do you want to kind of talk about some of our teams and you know, what we're looking at? Like who's in the event? What can you
Yeah.
say about these guys? The kind of walk us through some of
Sure.
the teams while I'm getting them into the lobby.
Absolutely. So our first team is called Bonkageddon, which honestly, all of the names that I'm going to go through today are just pretty much amazing. So Bonkageddon, great way to start with that. It is what you would classify as maybe the home team of kind of Waltz's server. All of these people are pretty much always talking in the chat. They're always there. I recognize literally all of these people, and I've played with at least one of them. So their roster, their captain is Average. If you haven't met Average before, he definitely is a unique person to play with because he loves to destroy the entire map, and let's just say he has a little fun with the goo gun.
That he
And
does.
if you don't, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you might get to see some of that today. Is goo gun allowed? I didn't see that it was banned.
Goo gun is in fact allowed. It is allowed.
Ooh, okay. Nice. Okay, so following up with his team, he is playing with Sindens. And again, guys, if I pronounce your name wrong, let me know. I am dyslexic, so some of these names are hard. Followed up by Human. So that's going to be a team to definitely follow. And next up, we have a team named Evil Empire. Honestly, pretty great name as well. I'm not familiar with any of these players, but that doesn't mean anything. There's so many people in the finals, honestly, that me as a caster, it's hard to follow up. So hopefully I will get to add some new names to my notebook today. But their captain is Iced Milk. So it seems like they have their own captain. And then their captain, I guess, in game is Greg. And then we have number 2 is MMORD, Imrod, maybe?
I believe so.
And
Yeah.
then and then finally Dimento. Kind of a cool name, honestly. And then next is Nukaroo. And I think, yeah, that's a wonderful name. Brings me back to the days of the Nuke from season one, before everything changed. But their Discord captain and in-game captain is Nuffle. And followed up by -7, which is contestant number 2, and contestant number 3 is Airballer. Nuffle has played in nearly all of the tournaments so far that has done that Waltz has put on, so it's cool to see a returning name coming back into the game. Followed next will be Moist, and this is going to be a fun one to say. Their Discord captain and in-game captain is Kubi the Eye. Hopefully I said that right. Followed up by Mush Monkey and Bruh. They are seems like plat players. And yeah, we don't have much notes on them. So again, hopefully Moist and Evil Empire. Again, maybe I'll be adding some names to my notebook. Followed up by Soul. And Soul is a team that I am familiar with, mainly because they played in the Christmas Cash Out. So another team that's familiar with Waltz. They are captained by Planet Knight. Contestant 2 is Clouded.
Cloud
And
ID
then,
is how I said, but yeah, maybe it's just
Cloud.
Cloud.
Yeah,
You know
Cloud
these
ID.
people came up with these games specifically to mess with you, right?
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. And you know, it's funny because like of all the messages that I've got from being a caster, the number one that I get is, "Hey, you're saying my name wrong." So, again, just send me a message if I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, you know, no comments, no feedback, no nothing. Just like, "Hey, my name's this way," but whatever. And followed up by Linksy. So Soul's a pretty new team, pretty cool team. But yeah, we will see how their performance is. See if they
Yeah.
can make anything happen.
Oh yeah. I think my favorite, while we're kind of in just a minute as we get Burrito's stream ready as well. When you were casting the Pro Hubs tournament,
Yeah.
I think you were struggling a little bit with Carnifex's name.
Yeah, I have been saying his name wrong for a
Yes,
year. So
and
yes.
it was so funny. Good
Uh,
Carnifex.
yep. Yep.
It was a very fun time.
Yeah.
Very fun time.
No, and I've had production yelling that in my ear for a year, and it's just there's something about how it's written, something in my head just is no, it's Carfinex. So yeah, I'm sorry that I've given you the worst nickname
Yeah.
ever. But
Yeah.
moving on, we also have Sleepy Foxes, which honestly a really cool name. Also was present in the Christmas Cash Out.
Yes, and shout out to Latte Axo or Axo Latte, as you're going to see him in game. He was helping a lot with the testing for the Melee rules themselves.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm glad that people really did volunteer because, like, if you were to just host this by like, oh, I'm gonna do a melee tournament, I think it would have been chaotic if there wasn't
Absolutely
a lot
chaotic.
of that behind the scene. So I'm really excited for anybody that's watching because I think that you guys are in for a lot of fun. But I just have two more teams to go through. So Sleeping Foxes, I'm gonna go Heat, Windexian, and Latte Lotta EXO, not sure. Again, send me a message. It hurts me none. They placed 5th place in the Christmas Cash Out, barely beaten out by Humans team.
Yep.
And then the last and final team. No, I'm sorry. We have 2 more teams because we did have a sub in. But
Yep.
We have Meat Slammers, which is a crowd favorite, including Mr. Derp, Prancing Reindeer. Mr. Derp is Prancing Reindeer.
Yeah, so Mr.
right
Derp, Gremlin, a very, very good player, and Gopher. Mr. Derp is being subbed out by Typothetical for the first 2 maps, actually, so
Okay.
keep an eye out. And then I do want to give a special shout out to the hard hitters, Inri, Chich, and Foremost Exec, or as their names are, Mal, Chich, and Killer Frogum. They came in last minute after a dropout, and they were willing to fill in. But with that, we are about to go ahead and get started. Again, big thanks to you guys, hard hitters, for filling in. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to start running. And but we are about to go ahead and get started with our first map. I know we're still waiting on Gremlin. There needs to be another sub. They'll figure that out. But as it is for us, we are going to go ahead and jump in for our event. Rio, can you see my stream? How are we looking?
I can see everything.
All right.
I am excited, and let's see how this goes.
Let's get into our first game, guys. Melee Mashup, round 1. Let's take a look at this. I'm really excited to see how these rules go. And
And it does look like the first map is on Cis Horizon.
yep,
Was there any map bans or picks, or how did that happen behind the scenes?
maps for the groups were picked by a vote. They all voted what maps they wanted to see. So, Decimus, thanks for swinging by. Decimus made the logo and the banner that you've seen up. So, can we give a
Oh, it looks
massive
so
shout
good.
out to Decimus for throwing those in and doing a lot of work on those?
Yeah,
Huge
very
stuff from
professional.
huge stuff from her.
Yeah. I love it. I love that we have a community that is always just
Yes.
happy to throw stuff in and really kind of help with the whole experience. So it's just awesome. And I
Yep.
see more and more of it every day. So yeah, we are getting the players loaded in. We have a player named Mush. Looks like he's running a sledge and goo. Dr. Pepper looks like he is running a sword and dash. And Kubi looks like he is running that spear. Wow. And he is the final skin unlocked on that spear. So he looks like a spear winch player. They're all rocking the Oxalotl head as well. So gotta love it.
Love it. Yeah, we had a quick raid from Mickey to pump our viewers up again, guys. We're getting into the game here. Really synchronized loadouts, and I'm excited to see that. If we do, make sure that people are following along with the rules. If there is an issue with the, if there is people are running stuff they are not supposed to be doing so, then they will forfeit their points for that round. So hopefully nobody ends up doing so. We're about to jump right in. You're not going to see a lot of long-range engagements because, again, all melee. So we got a QB here moving in with that spear. I've heard a lot of people say that spear might be better than sledge, so I think we're going to see that playing out right now. About to push in. They're right there on top of Greg. Looks like a sledge versus a spear. We got a sledge and a spear on orange team with a... Is that a sword? I believe that is a sword.
Yes. Yeah, and that is a sword, and they are all right above. The first vault has been opened in number 2, and it does look like orange team is really just kind of hopping around. Maybe they're waiting for purple team to kind of push out and really kind of get a pick. This is very different because nobody's really able to shoot at each other. And here we go, an engagement gets started. There is the Witch Claw, pulls one of the light players out. He did get away, and it seems like he's going to wait for his health to heal back up. I'm not sure what's happening right now. There we go. There's the fight. Oh, look at that. Right click on the sledge. He does bring everybody down with him, but it does look like they were able to get backstabbed in the end, and Vault 2 is still being fought over. This is a much slower pace of fight than I'm used to.
Oh, and the
but
third
here
party
is-
from Pink, yeah. Oh my goodness, coming in, trying to spoil the fun. Like you said, the vault's still there. Dr. Pepper getting chased quickly by Human. Human running the dagger as well. Looks like they lost their fight on B and decided to try to get over to 2. 2 completely still left out in the open. Without ranged weapons, I feel like they could just grab it and maybe get over to A, but looks like we're slowing down a little bit right now. Kind of a lull in the crazy fighting.
Yeah, and I mean, that is the strategy, just actually running with it. I think if you can get your light, you can bring the fight really to the cash out, and I think that might be a valid strategy. But again, this is a very unknown for all of us. So it does look like Orange is starting to move towards the cash out. One of the sword users is kind of running and dashing around. Who's this Demento? Dimento. They are getting set up towards A. It looks like their vault is going to finally go into it. We are going to see the first cash out starting on A. And this is interesting to note that the second cash out is already halfway done. So we are going to have staggered cash outs, and most likely into the very end we will have maybe a double cash out just to kind of bring everything together. Orange is fighting over this cash out with purple now. One of their orange players is very low. He's trying to do anything he can with that spear. I see him running in right now. And there is the backstab. He goes for it and misses it from Imrod. He's now trying to set up again. It seems like a lot of these engagements go very quick, and then they try and dash him out of it so that they can re-engage and find a spot again. There's the seal going off. We see one of them running the backstab and the riot shield. I'd love to see that in play as well.
Yeah, Ward pushing in with that dagger, trying to go for this backstab, following through with the gateway. He's able to go ahead and take out one. Looks like he did get that kill. Oh, but he's taken out by the spear. Spinning to win right here by the orange team. Going to go ahead and get pushed in by the by a riot shield. That did not go so well. It looks like they're going to be able to get a pretty free steal. Oh, unless Ward. Here comes Mencho trying to get some stabs. He's dropping down. He's all by himself, it looks like. Really pulling far away.
Is he gonna drop it?
Oh,
He does
just
drop
missed it. It got stolen just before he dropped it.
Is he the last member on his team? I think he is. So he needs to make something happen or spawn in. Let his teammates join again. But it does look like Orange is in solid control, and yeah, Purple did sadly get wiped.
And we are seeing a lot
There's a new gadget
for the first time. Not seeing a lot of use in that, but I can see it being really. Here's the spin, comes in, does a ton of damage. Sindens get poked down by that spear.
Oh my god!
Newful showing the spear's true worth right now.
Yeah, that was impressive. Honestly, like, you could see him come in and he just cleaned up house with that spear. He had no problem, and everybody was scared of him. There's another spear fight going off. Looked like a spear versus Spoon, and Spoon just barely won. And here it is, Spoon versus Sword Dash, and not a chance from Negative. He did a great dash in there, and that Spoon really couldn't have a chance to react. His first cash out is done. It looks like the second vault, or the fourth vault, is spawned, and cash out C is roughly about a fourth of the way done at this point. Really interesting setup. This is such a... I honestly feel like I'm watching a brand new game.
Yeah, this is completely different from what we normally expect. Loving the difference of stuff, though. We do have, right now, we do have Red Team currently sitting in the lead, and that is, of course, Newful, Negative, and Airballer with a solid 19k for the moment. A lot of fighting happening over at 4, but it looks like we are about to get into a fight here. We did have Red setting up above average on the ground, currently in last place right now. What we expect from average, he is playing on a bit of a ping difference. There goes a lock bolt, prevents him. He's trying to find a way to get in. They're just defending it. Here comes Human dropping down average with Sindens getting pushed in by Negative, trying to go for the backstab. You're not getting hit. Oh, a nice backstab from Negative.
That lock bolt is really doing work in fights like this because it keeps everybody really located in one area. It seems earlier that the method is to kind of dash and then dive, basically. But here we go. We see Negative trying to chase him down. He got somebody down to just very little health, and now it's a chase game. But I think that the healing is going to start for the team.
Oh, the backstab! Human! What a backstab. Pulled that out of nowhere. Play. Is he going to be able... No, the goose stops him. Who's going him up here? From the roof. Here's Airballer. Trying to prevent this. Can he keep stopping it? Looks like he's able to. Dropping in. I don't think they're going to get the steal. Human, no! It's too late! Oh, so close! He does get taken out. Average gets his revenge, but gets taken down himself. Newful securing his team that cash out right alongside Dementio. Amazing stuff.
Honestly, that deny from the Cubism is just amazing. It's so powerful. I'm amazed that I don't see it more in higher tier plays. I was honestly playing a World Tour yesterday and had somebody that was doing that, and we were able to successfully stop the cash out steals several times. So it seems very powerful, and maybe it's something we'll see more in play as the days go on.
One thing I think is really cool here too is that sites like this are going to be way less scary to push. Look at that massive wall of goo going up there by Mush. But because you don't have to worry about those long-range weapons, it's so much easier now for a team right here for the Bonkageddon average man to push in and try to get a push onto a site like D, because they don't have to worry about getting beamed from across the map. They can just take a second. Here goes that sonar. He has eyes on them. Going to go ahead and move in. Looks like he is running dash. And he's going to take out that motion sensor as well. The entire world is on fire, but he's going to go ahead and run through, relying on that push there. Lock bolt went down, apparently holding in place, but here comes the Wish. He gets flashed as well. Going to go ahead and try to dodge out. His team is going for the steal, but he has eyes on the entire fight right now. Can he get it? He's just going to go ahead and go for a scary steal, but that's going to be a sledge taking him down. And it looks like a quick hold from Orange. Going to be able to go ahead and secure this couch out as well, putting them into almost a guaranteed first or second position. Meanwhile, we got the cash out on the other side, trying to get that run in 5 and 6 currently on the map.
Yep, and we are seeing them run for it. It's really interesting to see. I think that defensively, it might be easier to set up if you are kind of in a melee tournament like this. But it does seem like Demento will get it over to Vault B, and they should have enough time to get this cash out. So if they are able to make something work, this is 422,000, and that is enough to bump them into second place at least. So I would go for kills if I was in purple, just trying to make something happen. But here we go. Here's the fight. All of Pink Team is here, right on top of purple. They're making their advance, moving in. You see the glitch grenade going off. You see Demento trying to go for a sword kill. He is getting riot shielded and chased.
Oh my goodness.
Behind Pink Team right now, gets one. Can he get the second? He did. Wow, what an amazing kill. He is really protecting his team. If he wanted to make this work, now's the time.
Yeah, Purple holding out a miracle defense there, taking out Average and Sindents. Not what I expected. And I think a lot of it is there definitely is issues with the ping. You know, it's hard to hit that. But we're definitely seeing Pink struggle quite a lot here. They haven't really been able to put anything together, and in terms of kills, like they're really kind of lagging behind. They have to maybe adjust what they're running and find a different strategy. We're seeing heavy, either heavy, light, or light, heavy, generally being what most people are going for, and I wonder if that is just the strategy.
Yeah, and I did see one person running Healing Beam on medium, and to me that would be the strategy, because I love keeping my melee heavy healed when I'm running medium, because they are just, I think they call it puppy dog, when you just kind of keep them on the leash. You really keep that Healing Beam and let them go to town, because they are turned into a force. But here we go. I think that we are seeing the advance onto cash out A. Orange is in a pretty solid position, so even if they lose this, they will be advancing most likely.
Yeah.
So they don't have much to lose here, and I would really just kind of tell my team, let's go for kills, let's have some fun. I love that the Lockbolt is getting a ton of use, but here we go. They are making the push into it. It does look like red team is very close. They are right below.
Oh, it's getting stabbed.
Somebody is definitely getting stabbed in the back. There is that spear. They are staying on the platforms, trying to stay away from it. But there's spear versus sledge.
Neutral solo.
Onto the bottom
the winch takes him out. It's a 1-for-1, pulling that from nowhere. Meanwhile, Negative with the backstab takes him out. Does get a backstab on a QB, but not enough damage to take out a heavy all the way, and that's going to be a successful hold from Orange.
Oh, and that's so painful because red team lost by 500.
Oh, man. I really thought that, I can't believe that Purple was able to pull that out and get a kind of a last-minute second place there. And every bit matters. Kills do give you points as well as placement in the game. So every 4 kills that you get is going to go ahead and give you a point.
Nice. Okay, so there is more of a, this isn't just cash out.
Yep.
So there is a lot of opportunity. And looking at the kills, though, it does seem like Purple and Orange were kind of at the top on both kills and, controlling the cash. So maybe it did kind of work out kind of in the way. But red team so close. $500, man. But this is best of 3, so we will get to see at least one more. Or does that mean we play all 3 and then tally them up?
We are gonna tally them as they go. So if you want and to check out the scores live, you can actually go ahead and follow along on the bracket, which I'm gonna go ahead and share in the chat now as well. For anyone listening, if it is choppy, go ahead and downgrade to 720. Some issues with encoding, I apologize for that, but thanks to Lateoxo, it apparently fixes if you do downgrade. But go ahead and check out the spreadsheet here, and we're gonna be getting in the scores, and all of this is gonna be updated in real time. With our scores. So after each round, everything gets tallied up so you can see how close people are.
Nice. Yeah, but that was really a great performance from everybody. Purple and Orange just seem to have just a little bit of a dominating edge. And yeah, I love that we will see at least them go at it one more time. I think my favorite part, though, was the use of the Lockbolt, because it makes the most sense in a tournament like this. Just like I mentioned while we were casting, is that it really seems to keep everybody in one spot, even if it's just for a few seconds. And that's so powerful in a game like this, where you really want to your lights want to take advantage of that dash. And I'm betting most lights are running dash instead of invis, and just able to kind of get in, get away, get out of there, dine and dash, as I mentioned earlier. I think that it really makes things kind of, it really changes up the meta. And I think it's the one utility, maybe the Gravity Cube might also be a good one to kind of keep everybody a little bit, in one spot, or even the Gravity Vortex, the one that kind of draws everybody together. So we might see some interesting use of all of the utility today. But yeah, do you have any thoughts, Waltz, on kind of what we just witnessed, what we might see next?
Yeah, I think we saw that we definitely saw that Sword was really, really strong, and there is a one thing that happened a lot that I wondered if it would end up being a big factor. But one of the things that we did see was Negative's team, the Moist there, put up crazy numbers. They had a crazy number of kills, 20 kills, and a lot of that coming from Moist himself. We look at the list there, and so that may be something we may do a mid-round rule change just to see if Phantom Striking needs to be removed, because that was a very very dominant performance from them in no small part due to the fact that it definitely he was able to go through 6 kills from him, and it would just immediately delete people. So
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, really fun to see. And I believe that the next map will be on Monaco. Do you really think that the maps matter as much now? Or, because you did point out earlier that, pushing an area like the lobby or the courtyard in Cis Horizon isn't as scary because you don't have to go in such long range engagements. So I'm just kind of posing a question. Do the maps matter? Maybe Fortune Stadium might be kind of the one that's the weird one just because there's so much traversal. But I don't know. What do you think?
I do think the maps matter, actually. I think the maps matter a lot when it comes to like, are there lots of, like, if you're a light, you really want kind of the close angles and small buildings, because you can get away from the winches, you can get away from the goo.
Yeah.
In wide open spaces, you have more area to maneuver.
Okay.
Things like that, it's easier to kind of get avoid that sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. And actually, Monaco might be really good because there are lots of buildings to kind of hop in and hop out of. And really, once you are in a building, it's very hard to know what's happening in the building across from you. So if you are a light, I think that that's a great opportunity to kind of dash and hide in there. So yeah, and I am going to kind of watch this next match to see if any lights are running Invis or if they're all running Dash, because I think that they're all running Dash, probably with the Invis grenade that they can just throw at their feet. I think that that's a really good combo together. But yeah, I don't know. And yeah, I love that heavies seem to kind of be dominating.
Yeah.
Definitely seems to be a lot of heavy combat. We saw a lot of really great spear plays, and I think you might be right that the spear might be better than the sledge. Don't
Yeah.
let average hear that, but
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see. I do wonder how much that may have been because of ping. Maybe it was just bad matchups for them. But yeah, they did
yeah,
not perform as well as I thought they would. And like I said, we might look at a mid round rule change, because we were only just asked about the. We have some time to think about it too, because unfortunately Burrito's match did get delayed a little bit. We had somebody else no show, so they had to have a last minute subs. They're actually starting now, so they're a little bit behind us. So we are going to take a
okay,
kind of a moment to kind of figure that out. But yeah, I think that can I go back to what we said? Like, I think that we may see Spear take up an oversight. I think Spear might be better in an all melee, but Sledge is probably better in general. Just because
you can break stuff.
you can break stuff. You also just have to get into melee range with, to fight the spear. And I think that was
Okay.
that's Spear's kind of biggest issue, is that it needs people to come near it. The damage from Sledge is overwhelming when you get people there if you could play smartly around it. And the damage is focused and fast, whereas the spear is a lot more kind of pokey, kind of like area damage. And I think that falters when playing against guns.
Yeah, I think that the spear really shines on power shift, just because if you're right on that platform, you have that perfect like area of effect where you can just hit everybody around, and it does seem more effective, and probably in a tournament like this. So, I don't know. I need to give it more playtime, I think, because I probably played it. When did it come out? Season 4? Maybe a little before that. I can't recall exactly, but I probably played it maybe an hour total. So I guess that's shame on me. But I need to go back and play some more Melee. It's funny too because I love Melee games. I used to play Chivalry 2, and what was the other one? Yeah, I used to play another one. Used to actually be in like the top 300 players in some of those games. And I actually completely stopped playing games like that because I was in the top like 300. I was playing it all the time. And I'm a very calm person in general. I don't rage. I think the amount of times that I've raged in a video game is like twice. And my girlfriend and future now wife was sitting with me watching me play one of these Melee games. And I got destroyed and like got in the worst mood. And again, like I'm not an angry person, but I hit my armchair like really hard, like and I hit it and I broke it. I broke my
Oh my
armchair.
gosh.
And my wife was in there, or girlfriend at the time, and she just kind of gave me that look, and I was like, yeah, no, I messed up, and I haven't played the game since then. um, and yeah, I had to buy a new chair and all that. But
Wow.
yeah, so I used to really be into Melee. It's why I was even telling you, like, if I could have found a team, I would have been in this because this would have been fun for me. But yeah, so I do quite enjoy Melee stuff, and honestly too, at the beginning of the tournament when we just started that first match, it was really difficult to kind of wrap my head around what was happening, um, just because it was such a different experience. So I don't know. I'm loving what we're doing so far. It's a bit off of my normal game, and I think that's a fun challenge. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
It really is, and we're just kind of sitting and watching because, like I said, we are waiting to
Cool.
get
Yeah.
in. So we're just gonna we're just watching Burrito stream while we talk about what we
Perfect.
saw, and yeah, I really want to focus on sort of the disparity of what's being run because obviously with Charge Slam banned, we're not going to see any mesh shield. Mesh shield would be entirely useless. But you are going to see a goo gun and winch, and I know a lot of people have stated they think winch is the most broken, but I think we're going to see a lot of goo gun, not just because you only get one winch, but also I think in Melee, I think that might just be the case. Might just be looking at goo because of how much it can do for you, and you don't have to worry about getting shot down where you're set up.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say my controversial opinion. I think that winch is not a good thing in this game. I remember the first time that I saw it. It feels very weird to just be winched out of a situation where you have no control or no way to stop it. I know that you can throw a glitch grenade at them. I actually had a really impressive move. I did. I think it was yesterday. I was carrying a red barrel, and I was actually able to block a winch because I threw the red barrel right as he pulled the winch, and he ended up grabbing the red barrel from me, which was like an amazing moment in the finals. But the amount of times that I can do that is very limited, and I'm not a huge fan of that concept. But it's here; we have to adapt to it. It's not going anywhere. But I don't know. That's my controversial take on the winch claw. It doesn't seem to fit, but that's
Yeah.
where we are.
No, it's it's an interesting one to have. I mean, I personally absolutely love the winch claw. I think I think it's a very fun.
It's fun.
I think
Oh,
it's
it's
very fun to
definitely
play
fun.
with.
Yeah.
I personally
But
love playing it when I have a flamethrower because it lets them burn a
ooh.
little bit while you get them in the stun. You can win a lot of one-on-ones that they're not expecting you to win when you do that. So
Well, and it was funny because Winchclaw was banned in the breakout events for a really long time, and the reasoning is in like this was never really publicly shared a lot. It was that as you Winchclawed somebody, you could continue to shoot at them, and all of the damage that you just did to them would be applied the second that the Winchclaw stopped. So you were able to basically completely delete somebody by the time that the Winchclaw is done. Thankfully, that has been patched and is no longer an issue. But it's just kind of a funny little trivia history, something that I'm not sure people were really even aware of. But yeah, I remember when I learned how to do that, and I was like, wow, this is broken beyond anything.
yeah, it is kind of wild. Anything you as like you're watching here, anything surprising you with this game? I'm just getting some updates in here. Confucius, thank you for the sub by the
Um,
way. Amazing,
yeah,
love
we,
that.
we are seeing your Discord on
Oh, are you?
stream.
Oh, sorry. There you go. That's so funny. I was sharing things. All right, my bad. I forgot I was showing screen instead of the Twitch. But yeah. So what? Anything you're noticing here?
In the fight right now that we're watching, it does seem like kind of what we saw before. It seems like kind of sword gameplay is pretty key. I do see somebody running the double two. What are they called? The double swords from medium. And I love that. I wish that we could focus a little more on that because I rarely see that in game, and when I do, it's pretty different to see. But what about yourself? What have you enjoyed during the process of like learning how to set this up? Because I mean, I'm sure you had to learn a lot. What was your biggest challenge, you think?
In terms of the in terms of the melee rules and
The
stuff like
rule
that.
set,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think the rule set took me by surprise a little bit. One of the things that a couple places have done is they've actually banned pyro grenades and gas grenades,
Oh,
and I thought that was really interesting. I decided not to do that because I think that there's a real rock paper scissors to it, and if one team decides to run pyro, you could run smoke, things like that. I think that could be really interesting. So I did like to not to do that. And then some places have also started including things like throwing knives or frag grenades for
Oh,
melee, trying to sort of even that balance out. But I think that speaks
yeah.
to the inherent imbalance of melee weapons in the game and how some are just very, very good and some are not. And so, like,
Yeah.
the medium class in general, I'm surprised we see people. I don't know how Riot Shield works, to be completely honest, with
Yeah.
a with the block. I don't know if you can block things, but I know that
I
the
don't either.
dual blades do provide blocks. I'm surprised we're not seeing teams run those actually.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, no, this is very interesting. There's the lock bolt in use right now on Burrito's stream. Um, but yeah, you see just a lot of things that really try and stop people in their tracks. So the lock bolt, the gravity cube. I'm surprised that we're not seeing the vortex cube or the gravity vortex being used, because I think that that would be a really great way. Just throw that down and get everybody, pull everybody together. And then like what I love using it for is somebody throws one down and then people get together and I throw my Molotov in there, and really just get a lot of damage. You can't do that here, or I guess you can. You said the Molotovs are allowed.
They are allowed,
Um,
yes. So you
so yeah,
can
so
do area control if you want with those, but we're not seeing, especially with the goo. You can set up
yeah.
just an inferno, and it would take a smoke grenade to actually block it.
Mhm. Yeah, so there is just kind of a lot of things that this isn't going the way that I expected. Ooh, that was a nice backstab as he was getting the res off of that from Pink Team, whoever's playing there, Ospuz something. But and honestly, they've been pretty close. It seems like even in this match that we're watching from Burita, it seems like the top three teams are close, but the bottom team is struggling. So I don't know if it's just each lobby. There's one team that maybe isn't as experienced and is kind of getting the harder experience, or just luck. I'm not sure. We definitely have more matches to play with each team, so I don't know. Definitely just feels so fresh and new that gotta love it.
Yeah, and no, I'm excited to get to the next couple games. I apologize for being a little distracted as I'm getting stuff set up, but the games themselves have actually been quite tight for the most part. Even last game, like you said, there's always kind of one team towards the bottom, but even right now, the Heat, Windexian, Axolate, they could take a second place out of this. They could even take a first if they're very lucky. But they are very likely to go ahead and get a second place here. Um,
Yeah, definitely. And we do have the chaos of cash out. And funny enough, a little plug here that we actually had a really recent discussion on this and kind of the downsides and upsides of cash out. So look for an episode from the Vault coming out soon. And yeah, I think that even after a tournament like this, you can still see some of the stuff that we talked about, some of the issues that mainly like second place isn't always moving forward. So just interesting to see it in practice as well.
yeah, getting it to the very close to the end of the game now, and we do see that a couple last minute steals going on here. I love this use of the gravity vortex as well. A lot of these gadgets that
Hmm.
we have not seen been used seem to actually getting some use. Especially look at the gravity cube, anti-grav cube as well. All the gravity stuff is out here. So we're seeing a lot of stuff we haven't gotten used, but this is going to be over in just a minute, and then we'll get on with our games as well. The way that we have the group stage set up is that every team is going to play every team twice. You play each team two times, and at that point, so you get it's a good round robin. You get to experience combat against everyone. You're not going to be stuck against one team the entire time. So if you have a particularly bad matchup, it's not going to ruin you. But I think that is going to. Because of that, we do have to wait until this round is done until we can start ours, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah, but that's okay. I love watching more gameplay, and it's just so wild. And I'm still trying to get my head around everything that's happening. And it's weird too, because I can go off normally a lot of like contextual clues based off of like skins and stuff of what they're running, and I'm having to struggle with that because like Riot Shield, like man, we don't see that. I have to remember, is that a Riot Shield or is he running a sword? Like what is that? But kind of funny to see even the spear. Like I don't recognize anything beyond the snake skin for the spear. But yeah, we are just seeing a lot of sledge, a lot of real heavy people playing, and I don't know, it's quite cool.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. So that was a very cool round, and we're gonna go ahead and get our teams into the next one. Oh my goodness, yeah. Thanks for everybody for playing. This has been really really good so far, and we're gonna be moving on with no more delays at this point. Now everyone is here. We're gonna be moving on pretty quickly.
Yeah, and what's the next map? Monaco?
Next map should be Monaco.
Cool. Yep. Love Monaco. Probably one of my favorite maps to see. I think that if we get lucky with the duck and cover variant, it might make it where there's a nice like battlefield in the middle of the map, where the cathedral normally would be. So that would be kind of cool to see. Also, it would be interesting to see suspended structures, or do you have a rule to ban that if it comes into
Nope.
suspended?
Nope, no,
No,
no bans
cool.
on
Okay.
suspended structures. I mean, I felt like to a certain extent, what I really wanted to do was I wanted to let the melee weapons speak for themselves. I am very much a proponent of let the game sort itself out. I think
Yeah.
that there's an urge a lot of the time to us like take issues with the game and assume things are broken before people have tried to counter them. Uh,
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I wasn't a huge fan of like the winch ban in Breakout and things like that, and I know there were like reasons they did it, but overall,
Yeah.
I had I feel like too often that gets done earlier than it should. Earlier than it should. Um,
Okay.
but yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and get our teams into our second lobby. We're gonna get into our next game, like you said, on Monaco, and this time hopefully the stream is settled down a little bit and running a little bit smoother.
Nice. Yeah. All right. So if you were gonna play, what would your loadout be, Walt?
I would be running Grapple Dagger.
Grapple dagger.
Grapple
Okay.
Dagger, because I absolutely love Grapple. I can't play without it, and I think Dagger is just the most fun. You also can't run Sword Dagger. Grapple Dagger works because you're just looking for like that one hit, but Sword
Yeah.
Dagger is just never going to happen. um, it's never going to work.
I can't do dagger. It is the most frustrating way for me to play. It makes me feel like a terrible player, and yeah, I just can't. Maybe I'm doing it wrong because I normally do it with dash. I just don't do grapple a ton, and I've had people tell me that yeah, that's probably my problem. But um, yeah, just dagger is just so difficult because it's so frustrating to be so close to somebody and then just lose or miss the swipe because they decided to go left and you went right, or just all of the weirdness that can happen. But you're right, it is so satisfying, especially if you sneak up on somebody that's getting a res and just stab them in the back before they're able to get that person up. It's really quite satisfying, and we have
Oh
seen
yeah,
that happen already in this tournament.
yeah, it's happened. It's happened quite a bit. I'm a huge fan of it. Yeah, that's personally. Sorry, just getting my teams in for the next match. I do love watching Dagger. Kale is one of my favorite players. Unfortunately, we weren't able to go ahead and get Kale in here. One of the
Yeah.
Dagger goats of all time. But that is
You see the one that
okay.
puts out all the videos, the compilation videos of him doing dagger stuff? There was
Yeah,
somebody real early on that I remember watching, but
might be Kale.
yeah.
She is a fantastic Dagger player and has pulled off a triple backstab one time. Um,
Ooh,
so that was one of my favorite clips of all time. Um,
nice.
She says, I'm
I
not a
mean,
Dagger player, I'm a grapple player, and I have never identified more with anything in my entire life. Grapple is the most fun this game will ever be, and there's no other way about it, around it.
grapple's it, the be all end all.
We are getting our
I mean,
teams in the game. That is exciting. Just checking what's happening here.
all right, maybe we'll see something happen from average. They are playing on a pretty big different, ping difference, so might explain their challenge to get it. But I'm curious how much ping matters in melee. I'm sure that it still has the same delay and everything, but I mean, it feels like it would be different compared to shooting, but maybe I'm wrong there. I don't really know.
Yeah, I think, I mean, when it comes to like hitting the goo and stuff like that, I think honestly in melee maybe it even makes more of a difference because you got to be very, 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 very close. You got to be very intentional
Yeah.
about where you are. As it stands, we are about to get in to the next match, so we're gonna get started in just a second.
All right. Loading up on Monaco. My luck with Monaco lately is that it's always the winter version. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it seems like that's the only version that they have right now. But Watch me eat my words here in just a second as it loads the non-winter version.
Right, yeah, and just finish up a couple things here, but we are about to get moving forward. I apologize for the loudness of my typing. I realize it's probably been echoing in everyone's ears, and I do apologize for that.
Yep, there we go. Snowy Standard Issue Monaco. I don't know if we are just locked into this mode forever now, but that is okay with me. Because we are hopping into it, and we see Average, as always, with that spoon. And Human running the dagger, and Ascendance running the sled, or the shield. Gonna be interesting, gonna be exciting, gonna see what they can do. But here we go, hopping into it.
I am surprised that we did not see... I'm very surprised, actually, that we did not see Vegas picked. I thought Vegas would be a great melee map. But again, I think the idea of what is a good melee map and isn't is kind of... gets kind of thrown out the window a little bit when you're talking about these melee. Because, again, like, it doesn't actually matter where you are, because nobody can shoot you from range. And so I'm surprised we actually haven't seen more of the maps with the voids, because there's a chance with winch and things like that, especially with the winch tech that you can throw people off. But here comes our first fight. Mord pushing in onto Chich, dropping down. There goes that grapple, actually. Chich running with that grapple. Gonna go ahead and try to run out of here. Fight is going on. We see Mord on the high ground. Looks like he is running dash. Hard to tell, of course, because customs are a little bugged right now, but he's trying to get that high ground and look for a stab. Looks like Killer might be the only one left on his team. Does get a winch, but isn't able to go ahead and get the hit right away, and that's going to be a quick wipe for Orange team. Mord taking this vault and going to go ahead and try to plug over at B.
Yep, and there we go. We do have our first team wipe, and it didn't seem like much of a fight. But there is that dash from Nimrod. He is able to get around the map pretty quick and go in and out of those buildings, and honestly, Cash Out B is a great cash out for them to be at. It's a great central location. They kind of have nice open areas, and you do have a lot of trees that you can kind of dash and dodge around. But they are breaking down the structure. Okay, I'm not sure why. I would try and use that to buy as much time as I can, but this is Melee, so things are a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, in general with the goo and stuff, we're gonna see. I think Sledge players just like to do this. I think they just get a kick out of knocking
ADD
walls
and
down.
just smash everything. Yep.
I mean, to be fair, it's fun, you know.
Oh,
absolutely. We do see a fight. A quick winch going out. That's a sledge versus a spear. It looks like it's really close. He actually couldn't catch up because of that lock bolt. The lock bolt saving him for the moment. Everyone very, very low. It looks like almost every team is actually here right now, and we do see the sword coming through. Not able to tell who this is right at the moment. He does go ahead and win that fight. Gonna go ahead and try to drop the 2-down, but he gets taken out from behind by another spear user. Red doing a lot of damage right now. The spear, the spin, isn't able to go ahead and finish him off. And Purple able to go ahead and hold on to this for just a minute. AG, a last-minute fill. Also another classic Sledge user. If you know, you know. He is a huge Sledge proponent, and I'm excited that he was able to go ahead and fill in for the side of the Schlammers. Trying to go.
Honestly, it seems like really the closer the teams play, the better it is. If you're able to get two people on one person, the fight seems to go the way of up. But here we go. They are on top of the roof trying to fight Orange team. Gopher is trying to make the same thing happen again. Can he get any backstab kills? Can he get anybody out of place? It does look like he got one. Can he get the second one? He goes for the kill. He did not get it. He misses the shot, but now he is getting charged at as well by another light user. It is a fight, but
sword
he cannot
versus
get
dagger.
away from it.
The dagger wins. Human taking Gopher out at the last second, able to go ahead and survive. But here comes the third party as well. Molly coming in last second. We got that sledge and that hammer again. The winch comes through. Going to go ahead and take out Average in half a second. Human, the only one left on his team. Can he hold this off? Remember, he doesn't. All he has to do is survive with that backstab. Amazing ability for him to just go ahead and reset any fight and just prevent those steal. It looks like he might still be alive. Is he? It's hard to tell. I'm not sure where his gateway was, but I think this is going to be an easy steal for the side of hard hitters here.
Yeah, he did a really great job of throwing down that gateway and getting out of position and forcing them to kind of scramble because they couldn't catch up with him in time. And I really thought that he bought himself just enough time, but it seems like they missed it by just a second. So that's a shame, but hey, you know, that's how it goes. And yeah, that was such a great cash out and great place to be. does look like Purple Team is going to be setting up, ready to go for all 3. Looks like somebody from Red Team did get in the mix, and they are now trying to fight him. Oh, here is Purple Team and Red Team going at it. I can't really tell right now. My screen is black.
Oh my gosh, just
there
the
it
whole...
is.
Oh my god! Yeah, they were able to go, unable to finish that off. The flash, I'm surprised to see people using flash. Actually, that's pretty neat to see.
Oh, that's what happened. The screen went black from a flash.
Yep,
okay.
yep. We do have the flash. Meanwhile, a very exposed cash out here right now. Pink continuing to have a commanding position, and we see Schlammers currently in last place. Hypothetical with 0 kills, 100%. This is Typo's fault. I think his team should be blaming him right now for all of that. He really needs to step it up and figure out what he's doing in this game.
Yep, I'm sure that he loved that feedback. And somebody sent this clip directly to him. But anyway,
ooh, I like this gateway in the air.
Up.
Look at
yeah,
this.
It will buy them just enough escape time to get right back on it if they need it. A lot of fighting is happening over Cash Out D. We see the healing trying to happen on Purple. They are running, trying to chase everybody, and fighting is happening on every level of this. We see it on top, bottom, and in the midway over there. I can see the teams are running around. There is the Lockbolt again going down on D, and now we see Human trying to get any backstab he can. He's got a great position. Can he hop down? He's getting right behind
this is
him.
It. What's
There's one stab.
He missed the Human. No! Oh, I think he does.
He got it. He got one kill. Just barely, though, and now it is him against
the dash stab.
He gets one
That's insane.
Stab. Oh my god, can he get the second one?
It?
He feels like he's in a move
he's
right now.
Ace. Oh, AG, can he catch him? Oh, it's so close. Going for the last second steal. He has to commit. Oh, he misses the backstab, though? That's crazy. Misses the backstab, trying everything he can to survive. He doesn't have a gateway anymore, but his team is there. Purple does get the steal successfully, but Human, again, continuing to dodge in and out. He needs to go ahead and hold this, though, because this is, if they get this basically guarantees they're going to be able to make it to the final. Gets the stab again. Huge kill from him. Amazing flick. He's trying to make space for his team right now. Looking for that final heavy, trying to look Greg. He gets winched, though. Oh, gets one hit. If he gets another one, he's down. He looks for the stab, dashing through. Meanwhile, the cash out continuing to tick down. It looks like average killer program spinning to winning. He's going to go ahead and try to get in. It gets wiped, but there's still time. No more time. Purple gets the double cash out. Able to hold it despite everybody on the map looking for it.
Yeah, now that was utter chaos. Everybody was jumping in and out. We saw fighting happen on the middle of the structure, off to the right, down at the cash out. Really, you know, you kind of love it. I want to see more double cash outs because that made it really quite wild. And if you look at it, the scores are pretty close. You know, we're looking at a difference of 11,000 between the top team and the bottom team. So there is a chance for any team in the next 2 minutes to really kind of take this and get it all the way either to first or second. So if you're rooting for a special team, now's the time. Show your love in the chat. Let everybody know who you want to win. But here we go. It does look like Pink Team does get it started on Cash Out B. They are pretty alone, so maybe we can go over to Vault 5 where everybody is at. Looks like the fight is going down. Molotov going down as well. There's that hammer. Somebody got flashbanged, and they are making their move out of there.
Yeah,
nice kills.
Lost one member of his team already. It looks like he's by... Oh, nope, they're back up there. Actually, it was Pink losing several members. Orange versus Purple right now. Average trying to push in on top of Hypothetical, but they're holding very closely. It looks like Human actually running away, had a gateway. They're just going to go ahead and get out of dodge. They're running away with that. Are they actually going to go double this? They're going to go double this. They're not going to try and make... They have a minute and a half, but they're going for the double. I don't know if I agree with this play, but here we go. The question is, can Human get in there? Because he needs to be able to actually get the deposit. If he doesn't get the deposit, none of this is worth it. Can he get the plug? No, he gets hammered! Taken down! He might have gotten it in, though. I think he got it in, regardless.
That was a perfectly timed right click from the sledge, and we just see everybody going off in this building. There's a sledge, there's a sword, everybody swinging, the building is taking damage. There's a charge, he misses, but he gets the right click, and he's able to get a kill. And we see Demento's now stuck by this gravity vortex.
To get out.
And the cash out is ticking down. He's going to go for the res. This is a great move. He's being protected by his heavy. And we see Purple Team starting to push in. Can they get anything happening right now? They're moving out, and now Orange Team is starting to move in. We see one of them on the top floor. They're starting to break everything down. Honestly, everybody is grouping up. We're going to see a lot of people go down in just a few seconds. There it is. There's the right click. They are trying. The smash is the shield, the spear, everything. The building is just collapsing around everybody.
It's
and here we go. The cash outs in the
absolute
last
chaos.
10 seconds. And they are trying to go for the steal. I don't even know who's in control. Lots of people, lots of smashing, and it is just death and destruction. There is that lock bolt going down, and Pink seems
Oh,
to
that
have
might be it.
fortune
Average might be able to
on
get
it
the
right
steal. There's
now.
nobody here. Is that
He
it?
got it. Everybody wiped. Orange is gonna steal. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? They did it. Oh, they wiped everybody and stole. What just happened? What the heck?
That is insane. The last minute. I cannot believe they pulled that off. The double paid off at the end of the day. They actually made it work.
Whoever is watching, clip this and post it to Reddit, because that is one of the most final seconds that I've ever seen. I've been casting for over a year. That was wild. That was just everybody right-clicking, smashing. Everybody came into one tiny building. The building was destroyed around them. Yeah, somebody clip that, please, because that was wild.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, look at
that
chat. Yeah, they're going crazy.
That was beautiful. I cannot believe they pulled that off right at the end. That was insane. It was just utter chaos. Every team had somebody lost, especially when you got to get in melee range. It is so easy. One wrong step. We saw Human jump in and just get eviscerated with that hammer. Just flattened him into the floor. But he got the plug. He did his job. The plug didn't even end up mattering at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and get these
Beauty.
into our bracket. Holy.
Yeah. You know, so the person I didn't see a ton, but it seems like they did a lot of work is AG Bros.
We gotta watch him
Seems
next
like
time.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning, because 12 kills. What did he do right? I love that he has the tag of sledge, so it's probably very fitting.
Oh yeah. Well, if you'll notice, there are a couple people in here that have the sledge tag, and you'll see Average is one of them. If you want to know who AG is, AG is the NA Average.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Okay, I can see it.
That guy is a sledge aficionado. He is a sledge master. And, when it comes to... I'm surprised he didn't sign up before, but apparently he did not see the pings. So he was not aware it was happening. So I'm glad we could get him in the last minute. And we're definitely going to keep an eye on him. We are actually going to be saying goodbye to Bonkageddon, as they are going to go ahead and move over to the Burrito stream for the rest of their games. But that was a way to go out on this stream for them. That was amazing.
Yeah, I think if there's future tournaments like of Melee, it seemed that was so much fun to watch. Seeing 2 cash outs in a row doubled, and I almost feel like they doubled it intentionally because they had so much time, and maybe just all of them enjoyed the chaos, because I think that right then is where a Melee tournament shines. Like, it's probably not the best way of doing it, because I don't know how fair everything ended up being just due to the Melee free-for-all in the end, but it was just wild and quite fun to see.
Yeah.
So
I tell you what is truly wild right now, though, as I'm going through and I'm adding all this stuff up. Every team had 16 or 15. Every team had 16 kills except for hard hitters, who had 15 kills.
wow.
That was so close. Like as we head over here to our bracket groups, and you can see where we were at. That was an incredibly tight match. That is insane.
Yeah. I mean, the cash is really the big difference here. From the kills. So yeah, and doubling out the cash out just makes it so hard. For any team, and it can make it where the bottom team gets enough. You get 2 cash outs right at the end, and 30,000. That's a lot.
This is you and I talked about this in the latest episode of The Vault, which will be coming out in the next couple of days. But we talked about how this was fun to watch, but anytime you double the vaults, the rules go out the window. Everything is in question, and who knows what would have happened with these doubles? Changed everything. And I mean, again, this is incredibly fun to watch, but you got to think about when you're looking at rule sets and stuff like that, you got to bounce around it, man. You got to bounce.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. So the next one will be on Monaco as well. So we will get more Monaco. But the teams are changing up. So we will get, who is it? Nukaru and Moist in here. and Sleepy Foxes and Soul,
Uh,
right?
we're at, we're actually going to be on our left, so we're going to be getting Soul,
Oh,
Evil
left. Okay.
Empire,
Yep.
Schlammers, and Moist is who we're going to
Nice.
be
Okay.
getting. So those are going to be our 4 teams. We're going to go to a quick break. Real quick, we're going to go ahead and hear a word from one of our sponsors, and we will be back in just a minute as we get the next teams into our lobby.
Yeah.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out.
All right, we're back. We're getting our teams into the lobby. Looking forward to Game 3 on Skyway Stadium. Going to keep moving forward as quickly as we can. But yeah, you kind of want to break down what we saw these last couple matches. And in terms of like, we're halfway through our group stage. You can kind of see where our points are sitting. Who do we need to be watching out for as we get into these next couple of games? Which teams really need to perform? Which teams need to just stay on top?
Well, the hard hitters need to kind of move up, but they're not going to be in our bracket. But I would say, looking at Burrito's side of things, maybe the Sleepy Foxes need to kind of step up their game. But yeah, I don't know. I think that everything is still very much in the air. We're halfway through the tournament, or halfway through this first part of the tournament. So it is very much any team, even in the bottom, can come back. And I think that you just have even some people that have not really played a ton of Melee. So there is kind of people still maybe learning this format, because you can't even practice this. There's not like a mode that's like, I want to play Melee only with a bunch of other people. No, you got to organize 3 other teams of 3 people, and I think that that's pretty hard to do. So everybody here is literally learning on the fly, trying to get everything going. So I don't know. I don't have any predictions yet of what team might need to kind of step it up, because I think that in my head, 2 games is kind of when you really start to learn and get your bearings. So I expect that we'll see a lot of upsets and a lot of kind of changes happening in these next 2 games. What do you think? Any thoughts there, Waltz? I'm not sure.
Yeah, sorry. I think this next match is absolutely what determines sort of kind of the rankings. The last round. I mean, you can see some Hail Marys there. Maybe we'll see more doubled cash outs. But this third one, as you start to see the points kind of, and you start to get the measure of your opponents now. If you're going to change your strategy, you have to change it now. You can't change it later.
Yeah, yeah. We will see different teams here. So I'm curious if there's any changes, or what we will see different compared to what we just saw. So yeah, I don't know if we'll see the double cash outs again. I would love to see that. If anybody's listening in, but also Skyway Stadium is going to
Yeah.
be a really interesting one to watch it on, especially kind of if we get any of the variants going on for Skyway Stadium. Um, but yeah, we're going to be seeing what it'll be like here very shortly. I think you're loading everybody into the lobby now.
Yep, everyone's getting in. We're just waiting on one team to go ahead and jump in. That would be the Schlammers, and they're going to be in just momentarily. Actually, hold up. Am I on the right one? Yes, sorry. Map is going to be...
And it does look like everybody is loaded in, so we will be getting into the absolute insane combat here very shortly. And that reminds me, I did ask ChatGPT to come up with some amazing puns for this Melee tournament. Here are some of my favorite. Clubbapalooza! Get ready for the Clubbapalooza, or the Whackin' Slash Bash. Oh, that's a good...
Okay, that one's pretty good. I'll give you that one. That one's pretty good. The Whackin' Slash Bash. Well,
I think that we have the name for the next tournament.
The Whackin' Slash Bash, you heard it here. The Whackin' Slash Bash Invitational will be happening when they do a medieval tournament. We'll bring it back. We're going to go ahead and get into our next game now. We have all our teams loaded, so we're going to go ahead and get started. This time we are on Skyway Stadium as we go ahead and get our scene switched over here. Game 3 of the groups.
Yeah, I would love to see, honestly, I don't remember Skyway Stadium has it. I think that they have the high-rise mode and then the up, down, left, right, but I don't think that they have any moving platforms. And I think that would be something really interesting to see in a tournament like this.
Skyway does, in fact, have moving platforms.
They have that one area. Yeah, they have a couple of... You're right. It would be in the suspended structure kind of mode. But hey, we get high rise. So the middle of the map will be raised up. I bet you we'll see a lot of combat happening kind of in that central area. But oh, look at this. We see Cloud
Soul
ID
with a...
He is red. The ruby sledge. Oof.
Look at those eyes coming through. Yeah, I love this is a good chance for people to show off their weapons, show off this drip. I believe Sindence was going to go through and do a drip tier rating of all the teams in the event. So we're going to provide a VOD of that for her so she can go through, because I'm really excited to see which team comes out on top, because we've had some really unique stuff so far. It's been really neat to see.
Yeah, and most players that really do run just melee only seem to be very dedicated to it. So it's kind of cool to see people running that ruby sledge, and just kind of a lot of different variants that we don't normally see or really get to highlight. So you're right. It's a perfect time to do a drip down contest.
Yeah, a lot of synchronized remotes. We are go ahead and jump into the game here. We do see Lynxy. Oh, a little bit of a weird camera movement there. That was a weird teleporting. Not sure what Lynxy's running. Looks to be a dagger. So we do have another dagger user. He does have a sonar grenade, which is exciting to watch. I love that, the little pinprick. Gonna go ahead and try to get behind team. Going to be moving forward. I believe Soul, he is running a spear, and we do have his teammate running, looks like a sledge, yes. So currently both teams jockeying for position. Neither team really wanting to push in and find the other yet. But it looks like they actually were able to run away with the vault. There goes Planet Knight. Gonna go ahead and try to catch them behind. Oh, this is so smart. Waiting for them to drop down. Gonna go ahead and try to get behind them. Oh, he got seen. Dagger duel right now, trying to go ahead and get above. Looks like one of his teammates is down. He dropped a sonar grenade, so it's currently 2 versus 3. Gonna go and try to get behind. Great, misses it. Ooh. And he gets punished for his sins. Missed that one. You can't miss when Greg comes back at you. The gravity cube preventing them from leaving, and that looks to be a full wipe. Dementio here looks like they're going to be able to go ahead and start the first cash out begun. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we do have a fight breaking out over here.
Yep, it does look like it. We see Vault 1 has been opened, and it looks like Red Team is going for it, and we see that spear going off, one of them charging at the other. There goes the winch claw, but it's denied by the goo. He is able to get up and close and gets a lot of poke damage off on them, and that is the wipe for Red Team. But oh no, it looks like Purple Team's here as well. Purple Team and Orange Team going at it, trying to get Vault 1. There is Orange Team following Kubi and seeing if he can get the chase, but he is getting set up, and the fight will happen right there. Oh, the missed winch claw. And is throwing up the barricade to buy him some space, and he is able to get away there. There's the winch.
Oh, they're chasing though. They're going for it.
Yeah, they
Sledge.
are absolutely trying.
Gets a hit.
To
piece taken out of him. Is his team responding yet? It looks like he's just surviving. He's gonna go ahead and do a winch. I thought he was gonna. Yeah, he dropped him over the edge using that winch tech to go ahead and pull him down. He's not gonna kill him, but he is gonna go ahead and essentially get them separated a bit. And we do have Dr. Pepper on his sword pushing in as well. Orange very split up right now. They have a chance to catch Cloud right now. Going to go ahead and dash into him. Does have a pyro grenade that goes down. Does deal some damage, but he did get a stab in. Cloud ID going to go ahead and run. Turntail with his tail between his legs. Going to go ahead and try to get pushed on by Thixie right now. Linksy.
I was about to say.
Thixie's playing? Wow. Okay. Things resetting a little bit. Current fight taking place. Current fights have set down. We do see the Dr. Pepper continuing to try to find his way in. Meanwhile, using that gateway to get up on top, they're trying to drop down, trying to get in a good angle, but that is just a rough angle to hit, unable to get inside. Meanwhile, QB has the spin, takes out one, takes out the second one. Massive damage coming in from him. Gonna go ahead and drop a smoke grenade as well, taking out that fire. I really like that. We were talking about the rock, paper, scissors of how that works. I mean, that looks to be a full team wipe. Purple taking this back.
Yeah, they're in a great position right now, and honestly, it looks like Pink is starting to make their advance on it, but they have to kind of dive directly on it. We see that Purple is set up on these, third floor, so they have a lot to do to even kind of get it in their area. But here we go. Red Team is actually the one that's making the advance onto it, and they are jumping all around. There is the sledge.
Here comes AG.
Right, able to get one of them, and there is the dash around. Red player goes down in the fight, and there is the spear. What a great spin. And it looks like he's able to move up there. Does he have enough time to go for the steal? He is in a good position. I think he has just
the goo grenade!
No! But he gets dropped. He gets dropped during the fight, and that is going to be ensuring that the cash out goes to Purple, and maybe we'll see a cleanup right here on the last Red Team member as he does go down.
Typo getting shredded. I thought they had it there for a second. AG coming in, using his guitar, just rocking them right there, but he was unable to convert. Unfortunately, got taken out. And we're seeing. I think I might be starting to agree that when it comes to a melee event, Dementio getting the plug. They're going to get a quick steal, but that was really nice. But I think we are going to see that the spear actually having a lot of utility in these melee events.
Yeah, just that area of effect, it is so wide compared to a sledge. I mean, in the speed difference and everything like that, it really makes it a very powerful weapon to kind of be holding in close quarters like this, because you want everybody to be, like grapes bundled together. And it doesn't even look like anybody wants to fight Purple at the moment. We will get set up. Here we go. Red Team and Orange Team going at it. There is the spear again. Lots of goo down as well.
Oh, the goo!
He tried to put down the lock bolt. It did go down, and so they are a little bit stuck, but there's a Red Team member trying to make anything happen with that shield. Can't
giving his
do
team
it,
some
and
space. Oh, he's stuck in the air! Oh! Can he finish him off?
Die from this.
Oh, he's just freezing him. He can't go anywhere. No. Oh, but he's gotten away. Cloud ID is on the run, being chased by 3, looking for that last second. Trying to go ahead and do that out, but they've decided to leave it. They're going to go ahead and bail because Vault 4 is on the way. It's going to get doubled at D. This is actually really good for both Orange and Red. Looks like Gopher might be the one trying to double this, actually. He's going to go try to again. Tries to get that plug. Can he get it? He does. Gopher going to go ahead and use that winch. Spin is unable to go ahead and do it. He does do a lot of damage. AG and Typo are now behind. Everyone going to be filtering in very quickly. Here comes AG, going to go ahead and do some damage. A big hit going through that barricade. The barricade won't save you now. The walls don't matter in the face of a sledge. And right now it's still the two of them waiting for his teammate to respawn. Going to go ahead, can't goo the motion sensor, so he's going to go ahead and swipe it instead. Maybe even try to bring his cash out down. He's kind of trying to figure out how he wants to approach this. Yeah, bring that thing down. Setting up in a weird position. It's hard. A little bit of a fight here. AG going to go ahead and win that Sledge Ego battle. Dr. Pepper using that gateway up and down. It's going to be really hard now that every team is here to actually be able to defend this. I mean, to steal this at all. It's going to be a last-ditch effort by all of these teams.
We're down to the last few seconds, and it honestly looks like Purple has got that perfect gravity cube up there. It has made it where they have bought themselves just enough time, and they do get the cash out, so they're in a commanding lead, and I would really wager that they will make it on, probably in at least first or second. So here we go. A lot of fighting is still happening because everybody's still grouped up. We are seeing Pink Team going after Purple Team, and there is, oh my god, the spears!
Oh my gosh!
Red Team's able to clean up just barely. Everybody just died. Everybody in one area just died.
It's just a Beyblade battle going on right now. Just three spinners, and Gopher came out on top.
Oh, that was wild. I love it. I love everybody that went down in like 2 seconds. That was wonderful to watch. And really kind of does highlight why that spear is pretty powerful in a tournament like this. But there is Vault 6 and 5. We have a minute and a half left on the clock. It should be enough time for one team to get the vault and put it in and get the next cash out started. We could also see them try and hold positions because it does look like orange is in possession of one and red is in possession of the other. So they will both teams need to get the cash out and get it put in. The fighting is going down already. There is that the Beyblade again. He's going to the last one. Can he get the purple team?
Oh, Dr.
Can he
Pepper.
get it? He's slowly chasing Dr. Pepper down, and he does get the wipe.
Takes
Man,
him
looks
out.
OP.
It does look OP, not gonna lie. Spear might be the best option here. I love one thing that I've seen Planet Knight do a lot of, and Cloud as well. I love seeing the gravity cube being used as a zoning tool. You don't see a lot of it because there are better options generally, but it has been used a lot here just to prevent people from getting in. It gives you so much space, and it's something we haven't seen a lot of before. Lock bolts, gravity vortexes, gravity cubes, a lot of stuff that is not generally used that we've been able to go ahead and check out. But look at Link's here. He's going to go ahead and try to steal this, actually. He's trying to go ahead and get... It looks like he's turned around because his team is actually engaged right now. Planet Knight getting a lot of damage taken out. He's holding his own with that spear. But right now, Mush and QB very, very low. If you can get on top of them, he's trying... All he has to do is hit them once. It's not even a full thing. Gets lock bolted down. Looks like one person did get taken out. I'm not even sure what that was from. What did he die from?
I don't know.
That was... He just sort of
just
keeled over in
died.
fear. Oh, but Mush took him by surprise and flattened him.
Right as his orange team coined in, so there's one orange team member down, and they're so far away. They've really staggered the cash out, and honestly, it doesn't look good for orange team. There's the gateway. Purple team is set up on top. They haven't gotten the steal yet, and honestly, they really should be doing that right now before orange team's able to make their advance. We do see them entering in the bottom floor, all of them to spawn back in. Now the steal's starting to happen. Nope, not yet. They're going to go for the fight. Here's orange team here. There is the vortex cube again.
Too late on that steal.
And there is orange team. They are in a great position. One of them goes down from a right click. All of purple team is up. They are trying to fight mid-air in that. They're getting the spins off, but it is not enough. Orange team goes down. Purple team has enough time to get the steal, and they will take it right from underneath orange team, right at the last few seconds.
Crazy last minute. Looks like on the other side of things as well, Pink is going to go ahead and finish this off, dominating the lobby right now. Both of these teams in a commanding first and second place, unable to get caught up.
Dang, yeah, orange team would have made it into second, right? If they would have gotten the catcher.
If they'd gotten that, I think they would have gotten second.
Dang.
Yeah, very
wow,
close.
We are really seeing close games.
Yeah, both of them, Cloud and Planet, both got snagged in that gravity cube right at the last second. They were about to collapse on top of, I believe, Mush, and instead they both got caught in the air and couldn't do anything at all.
Wow. Yeah, and honestly, that gravity cube, just seeing it in use, it really stops everybody because it means you can't charge at them. You can't kind of go anywhere in that area. We're seeing it as a denial for moving on the bounce pads. It's very versatile, and you're right. There are better options to use in the actual gameplay, but for this, maybe this is what it was designed around because, wow, it's cool to see.
All right. Yeah, that was something else. That was really, really cool. That was a crazy fight. That was with the numerous doubles that we had. Where I feel like we're seeing more doubles than we normally do, which I think is really interesting. And do you think that's just because of the melee itself, or why do you think we're seeing that?
I don't know. I think that everything I think we're seeing the bottom tier teams, or the bottom two teams, really just kind of want to go for the, okay, I can get it at the last chance. Because if we look at Orange, they really didn't have a lot of kills. They didn't have a lot kind of going for them in that last round, but they almost had the steal, and they would have made it into second. So it's hard to say. I think that they're just kind of going for, like, let's take a chance and go for it, because that's kind of what it's all about. You can get that last second steal, that last second, cash out and take the win. So I think that's what they're trying to go for. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to kind of message some of these people after and see what their mentality is on why they're wanting to choose this. So yeah.
Yeah, it's been really interesting how they've chosen what their like approaches towards these fight. And some of these guys, like, one thing I want to shout out here is the top team Steamrollers, who I believe are Team Moist, actually. They are from the Melee Grind. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it is a Melee Discord entirely focused on Melee. They're actually where I got a lot of these rules from as well. And so no surprise to me that they're very used to these Melee events. So that's it's not surprising to see them on top. I wasn't sure how they would fare against some of these other teams, but it's neat to see them prove that if you practice with the dagger and the hammer and all of these melee weapons, you end up really good at it.
Real quick, Waltz, I noticed on the VOD, or the site we're using, since the director has muted you. Am I muted by chance?
On the video? No. I'm running Discord, so they should be able to hear you still.
Discord audio.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Cool. Just double checking.
Nope. Thank you for checking.
But yeah, so we are getting into it. The next one will be on Fortune Stadium, which I think will probably be one of the most chaotic ones, mainly because there's so much traversal. We did see that happen in the last map, where there's a lot of bounce pads, a lot of places to move around, but this map has that tenfold compared to what we just saw. So I don't know. I think that we'll see probably a lot of the same, where there's denial using the gravity cube, or just kind of more close range combat, because in this map it is divided up into 5 different islands. So getting from island to island will be interesting when it's only melee.
Yeah, gonna be. We do have our scores in, so we're gonna look at an updated bracket so we can see where we are sitting as of this moment, and kind of walk us through. Has anything changed?
Let me tab over to the. Let's see the standings. So it does look like Moist is number 1 right now, with a pretty commanding lead, over 12 points from second. But I think we look at the opposite side of that. Hard Hitters are in 5th, but just barely. They are 2 points away from their 4th place, which is Bonkageddon. And then honestly, it's the Meat Slammers are really close behind them as well. It seems things kind of fall off when you hit Soul and Sleepy Foxes, because they're at 22 points and 17 points. But honestly, the top 1st and 6th place can all pretty much change in our last matchups. So if you are rooting for any of those teams, just note that, any from 1st to 6th, everything could change. Most likely Moist will make it through.
Moist are probably secured at this point. Going to be hard for them not to make it through. But yeah, it's a very close field, like you said. 2nd through 6th are it's really anyone's game. And the tiebreaker is cash, so cash does matter if you end up in a tiebreaker situation. But most likely, we're going to see. You only get four teams going through. So this next match, we really need to be paying a very close eye to Evil Empire, Nukeru, and Hard Hitters. So we have three members of the top 5 right now in this next match. So this is going to be really, really telling.
Yeah. And what are your thoughts on Fortune Stadium? I mean, for a melee round like this, did you run it on any of your customs? Have you tried it before, or is this?
I have not, but I'm going to tell you what, it's going to crumble. The entire map is going to fall apart, and it is going to be a absolute disaster.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Fortune Stadium that it is so much more crumblier. I don't even know if that's a word, but it's just so much more chaotic than the others. So I can't wait. I do love that they put out a tweet that said, Fortune Stadium has 43 billion lines of code, all rendered in 6 seconds or something like that. Which, if you don't code 48 billion lines, is a joke. But yeah, so there is some fun to Fortune Stadium. I also really like it, and I mentioned before that it is divided up into 5 islands. So, for those of you that don't know, the Fortune Stadium, each island starts off as one level. We start off at level 0, where there's no buildings on one island. Then it goes to level 1, and you have just one structure, and all the way to the island 5, which there is a 5-tier, I think it's actually 6-tier structure on island 5. So it does kind of go incrementally. And depending on where the cash out spawns, you either have a lot to drop, a lot of room to kind of have that verticality in the game, or you have very little. So it's a kind of a neat thing to see from a design standpoint. And I think that it's my favorite. I think Bernal is really close as well. I don't think we're seeing that in this tournament, but honestly, it's really a cool map. People say that they've stolen details from other maps, and yeah, I agree that there are copy paste sections, but I think they stole or took the best sections from it. So I absolutely love to see it, and yeah, I can't wait to see how this runs as a melee map. But it does look like Waltz is getting everybody into the lobby now.
We should have everyone in. Like you said, though, the map is going to be interesting as a melee. There's a lot of sledges, but there's more spears than I expected. And so while the destruction is going to be excessive, we might not see as much destruction as I thought we might. We're not allowing RPGs, grenades are not involved, or stuff like that. So one of the things that I have seen... Yeah, it's true, averages here. But one of the things that I have seen a lot of is more teams are using the elemental grenades. We're seeing pyros, we're seeing gas grenades, we're seeing smoke grenades, and I'm really excited to see that. And that's one thing that was one of the things that I did change out. We do have a small issue at some point. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, I will go ahead and get that. I will get that adjusted for you, QB. Thank you for letting me know. But yeah, so we have seen more people using those grenades, and that was something that I decided to allow because it's not immediate damage, it gives area control, and I like the rock paper scissors of smoke to get rid of fire, fire to get rid of gas, gas to get rid of smoke, things like that. You can handle these, but I think it's really neat if you actually have to think about that. So that may be something that changes in future events if we do this, but it's something that I've noticed a bit.
Well, and you can ban them from being utility, but they're also still all around the map. So it does seem kind of weird to ban something that's already there, and I do like the use of it because we did see, fire was going down everywhere, and then they throw the smoke down, and boom, now they're in control of the cash out, and really kind of have avoided a fiery situation. So it's cool to see, and yeah, I don't think they should be banned because I think that there is use for it, and on top of it already being kind of all over the map anyway. But yeah, Fortune Stadium should be coming up soon. We are going to see more chaotic fighting, more chaotic cash outs, and really I think that we'll see even more double downs here in just a minute.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something to be discussed, and again, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to be limiting on things, but I try not to do too much limiting of things because there's a lot of, you can experiment with a lot of stuff. It's neat to try. It's neat to try. We are about to get ready for our final matchup. So we do have Team Soul, Evil Empire, Nucro, hard hitters all here. Any of these teams could end up in our top. Soul has to put on an amazing performance. A lot like Moist last round. I want to give a shout out to them. 28 kills last round from Team Moist. So absolutely putting up stellar numbers, insane stuff from them. And but yeah, we're about to go ahead and get our game started. And this is going to be our final game of the group stages, guys. And then we're going to move on to our playoffs, which will be 2 teams, just 1 team versus 1 team, a lot more kind of focused. But, we love the absolute chaos of the cash out matches.
Yes. Absolutely. So get hyped, get excited. The match is loading in, and let's see who ends up in the top 4. This will be kind of a decider for a lot of these teams. And you're right, if we can see Soul pull off a comeback, it's really what you want to have happen in a matchup like this.
Oh, yeah. All right.
I am excited. We get more finals gameplay. And like I have been saying, I think that this is going to be one of the most unique ones because even people in chat have been mentioning like it is all about area AoE, kind of where your attack area is and kind of how big that bubble is. And in a map like this, where it's very kind of isolated and very island-like, it will be interesting to see. I do love that almost all of the teams have synchronized outfits as well, even between the light and heavy, light, medium, heavy classes.
Yep.
That's cool to see.
It's really cool. I love that. I love that we really got to see everyone put on, you know, at the very least synchronized emotes. We got a lot of people playing. I like this one, the all white one. That's pretty cool looking. About to load in. I love the samurai with the plushie behind. You know, you gotta bring around your comfort plush cow. You know.
How do they not sell those? I would buy all of the finals plushies if they had them.
Oh, I absolutely would. We are about to get into a fight, though. Here we go. Dagger and sword facing the Team Soul. Already, Lynxy is very, very low. A winch hits him, and that's going to be curtains for Lynxy. He did get a gateway, but he... Oh, no, he actually got away from that. I cannot believe he got away from that. Meanwhile, we're looking for a dagger on both of these guys. No glitch traps allowed, but there are motion sensors aplenty. And looks like he might just run. Mord is just going to grab the vault and go. Is he being chased? Meanwhile, on the backside, yeah, he is being chased. Looks like he's the only one left on his team. Lynxy going for a stab. Oh,
so close.
Looking for this. It's a 1 versus 1 dagger duel right now. He sees them. Oh, a little quick miss, getting healed up by his friend. He might just go ahead and ditch again now, but the map, as people are coming for him, there comes Purple trying to go ahead and take him out. Oh my gosh, that had to have been a sledge, just taking him out immediately. B has already been started.
They're so deadly because you can just be chased up them. And yeah, here is another fight. Yeah, there is Pink Team surrounding them. Orange is trying to get anything he can. Wow, he gets the commit. And look at this, they're down to 1 person on the Orange team. And it looks like Pink is trying to follow right behind him. Cash Out A has finally gotten started. Orange team now has 2 people up, maybe all 3, I can't tell.
Yeah.
But they are making their advance over to Cash Out A. Let's see how they set up from this. Maybe try and drop it. There's the res now. Orange team's here, but Pink is getting
Lynxy
the res
getting
as
a sneaky
well.
res, yeah. Red with one guy still having to revive on his own, but wait, on the backside. Looks like we had... I thought Mord was going to go for a last-second try to go ahead and backstab him as they were reviving, but he has not. Where is Purple right now? It doesn't look like they even took one out. They just set up too far away. Here comes Killer Frog and goes for the winch, misses it. That's a poor play. Got too far away. Flash is going to go ahead and do some damage. A lot of spinning to winning happening right now. The sledge does go ahead and get the better of that fight. So Purple in control of the site, but not in control of the cash out yet. Here comes Mord, going to go ahead and get swiped down by that spear, and that is going to be a quick retake for them. But here is Pink. They do have a res. They're going to go ahead and try to take out the rest of Team Purple on the backside. It's 3 versus 1 until they are able to go ahead and get their team together. Chich looking for a stab with that sword. The rest of his team is quite below, but he knows where they are.
This is a really interesting setup, and here is Pink as they start to make their advance. I think they're in a really good spot. It looks like Purple is too close around it, so I'm not sure what they're doing. Nope, I'm wrong. They're all over it, right on top. So Pink has to really dive in there and get them moving. But here we go.
Oh, slap down.
He gets destroyed and is able to get
but the
healed back
sledge.
up. But oh no, the sledge comes in there, dealing a lot of damage.
Get away
Pink
again.
is running around. He gets gooed off, but he does able to get the dash off, and it looks like Cash Out A is going to be pretty secured by Purple, and Pink is got to make something happen. Maybe he's just going to go for the reses, but I don't think that they have enough time to dive on that one more time.
Oh, he's getting chased. A third party here. What is Orange doing here? I thought he had a chance, but at this point, like you said, this is almost certainly going to be a take. Dementio is just here to cause chaos. His team is all the way over at Vault 3, and he said, you know what? You guys don't need me. I'm going to go ahead and take off and just try to get some kills.
Interesting move, interesting choice. I don't know if it's what I would do. I would definitely try and stick with my team, especially in a melee tournament like this, but he did get out of there scot-free, so,
yeah.
You know, causing a little bit of chaos is a pretty good strategy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, maybe because it's a melee tournament, it's easier, less chance of you just getting caught out of nowhere, but, you know,
yeah.
and it's easier to make those rotations if you play smart, but, yeah, we're going to see C get started. Anybody here to prevent them? No, it looks like pretty much everyone in the lobby currently over at 4. Let's take a look at what's happening over there. We do see teams setting up. Got that vault open. Nobody currently going to contest Orange. It looks like Red actually was able to yoink that with a gateway. Airballer, though, tried to go ahead and get through his team's gateway, but he was too slow, and he is going to pay for his tardiness. Tardy with his team late in life.
Oh, but purple team is getting some great damage on red team there. That spear does a lot of damage combined with the sledgehammer following up right behind it. One person on orange team or on red team left, and it does look like they're going to go for the steal, get it right out from underneath them. I don't know where that last red team member went. Maybe he went and jumped.
Yeah, I think he might have.
Still somewhere.
I think. No, it looks like
They're
he.
all
Yeah, it
up.
looks like he was able to. I think his team. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. They were able to get away. Unfortunately, because custom maps are a little broken, we haven't been able to tell what's going on. Now we do have 3 teams about to show up here. So as we follow Ray, going to go ahead and look for a big hit. The broom didn't hit anything. In fact, he's the one who gets swept. But he's going to go ahead and only. His team is falling apart now. Cloud trying to take him out. That's 2. Orange almost completely gone. But here comes Red to go ahead and spoil the day. Newful running in does have that winch with the spin, taking out 1. Where is the final member of Team Pink? Getting pushed away, and it looks like that is just going to be it. A nice, easy third party for the side of Red here. Newful just going to come in and take that really easily.
Yeah, I really thought Orange had a great setup on it, and then they went down, and then you saw the fight happening again with Pink Team getting in there, and they just really weren't able to make anything happen in there. And I thought Pink Team had a really good chance of doing that, but yeah, that is unfortunate how it goes, and it does look like Orange Team is now making the advance onto Cash Out D. They have just a few seconds. They really need to dive on this, but they are getting gooed off. Greg is stuck. The steal is starting to happen. They are bouncing all around. Purple dives on it, gets the kill, and effectively stops Orange by getting the entire wipe basically in 2 seconds.
That was the type of damage.
Wild.
That was he timed that sledgehammer hit perfect. It looked like a charge and slam. The way he came down and just absolutely ruined his day. We do see on the other side, Lynxy was able to go ahead and get some revenge for his team. He's able to go ahead and be the sole one surviving. Ospu's Lynxy. But that fight didn't really matter. We're now on to our last set of vaults. The last vaults of the group stage at this point. No chance of getting more. Purple in control of Vault 5. They have a really good chance of making their way into the playoffs if they're able to go ahead and take this. We honestly might see a double. With these teams being so close, this might be a situation where you just double it. Just put it all on the table and make teams prove that they deserve to be in the playoffs.
Sure, I agree. Orange team is here going for the great backstab. He does get it. One of them gets winched. They go through the gateway and they are all being chased around. Oh, the backstab again. Can he get the final one on this red team?
He got another one.
Can he get 2?
He did get the second one, but here comes Airballer to go ahead and just finish off the job. He wasn't able to turn any more than that. Negative, by the way, trying to get away with that cash out. No, he's falling. He's gone. He mistimed it. No. Oh, no. A crucial misstep from Negative, and that is going to be Purple taking this vault now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Orange has had the chance to go ahead and get the started Cheech with that grapple. We're going to go ahead and follow him because we have not seen much of Cheech so far. I really want to see how he plays this grapple sword. Grapple sword, not a combo you normally see, so we need to see how he tries to go ahead and defend this, as we do see Red about to push in. Are they going to head to all towards B, though? That would be a really interesting approach.
Yeah, it looks like they're leaving A alone, and everybody is grouping up over at B. There's the steal going off by Pink. Orange is dropping down, and I think one member from Orange is left. There's
just Greg on the ground.
Greg. He is hiding and waiting as Red Team and Pink Team go at it. They are all fighting over this. There's the oh my god.
Only one left.
Damage just going off. And it looks like the steal will happen. Orange Team has to do something.
Oh, Greg behind drops the floor.
Oh my god. There is the winch. There is the sledge going down. And honestly, Pink is nowhere around because they have been wiped. Everybody is leaving A alone. And we have Orange.
Oh, but another last second drop.
And they drop it. They're able to stop the steal. Red Team is looking really
Orange
good
is
right
gone.
now. They have to get the kill. They do. They get the wipe, and they will get the steal. I think that Pink is in a good spot, but I don't know if that's enough cash, even if they get the cash out.
Oh my god, I cannot believe that they delayed it so long. They weren't able to go ahead and do anything there, but we do see as we push in. Oh, Prime for a backstab, but isn't able to finish him off. He turned at the last second. Meanwhile, his team now has to clean things up. Oh, they're going to go ahead and get the res. That's going to be big. Planet Knight trying to pull away, looking for Newful. Newful is so low, drops the fire, but it's not going to go ahead and save him. Oh, he does get taken out. He loses that duel. Newful holding on for dear life. Seconds left in this match right now.
Nobody went for A. Nobody
went for A at all.
A.
Gonna go ahead and try to take out negative, pushing and following the last member of purple, trying to get this last second skill, but the goo is preventing him. Can he survive? He is. That is going to be that cash out started. We got 17 seconds left, and we do see on the other side orange trying for a last minute steal. They dropped a. Oh no! It's gonna happen. They can't stop it. Oh! Oh my God!
Are you kidding me right now? What in the heck did we just watch? What a last second push. They were able to deny it. The gravity cube, the push in there, the sword, the backstab. Oh my God.
The grapple into the swipe from Chich.
Well, you wanted to see him, and you got a great show right at the end from him.
I didn't think there was any way. I forgot he was running grapple.
No.
And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, he came in and just melted them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. Wow. Somebody has to clip that last moment, because that is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in this game.
Yeah, the perfect stop to a steal. Yeah, they would have lost it. I really thought the purple was done.
Yeah, it was over for them. They had to have that. They had to take that.
You gotta love it. Even in a mode like this, there is a lot of teamwork, a lot of communication, and a lot that really goes into kind of planning and then executing these strategies. So, gotta love it. You gotta love that there are some high-tier players that can kind of pull off a move like that, or any really other moves that we've seen so far. So, wow, what a wonderful performance. And honestly, look at the kills from orange and purple, and they're pretty close. It did make sense that they were so close up until the last second.
Yeah, no, that was incredibly tight. All right, gonna go ahead and get our scores loaded in now. We're gonna take a really quick break, guys, and we are going to come back in just a second after we get our scores input. We'll be able to go ahead and go over everything that just happened.
In the world of sports, every second counts. Every move matters. That's where a Spooze comes in, the sports beverage designed for champions. With a Spooze, it's simple as pop, pour, perform. Packed with electrolytes and essential nutrients to keep you hydrated and energized, Spooze is your go-to drink for peak performance. Whether you're just carrying the vault or securing the winning cash out, Spooze is there to fuel your victory. Its unique formula is scientifically designed to boost your stamina and focus. Spooze, for those who dare to excel. Pop, pour, perform.
right, everyone, we are back. This is our final bracket, and quite a map. Quite a map, quite a series. What the standings are crazy. We saw Bonkageddon starting off with a 4th place in game 1, and now they have pulled their way back, and now they're 4th place in the groups, with just barely puts them through into the finals.
Yeah.
Rio, what did you think about that last game?
Oh my god, that last game was amazing. We didn't have a double up at the very end, but what we did have was a team that really protected their cash out well down to the last second. And just the strategy, just the idea behind what they're trying to do, and I love it. It's top tier finals, even in a melee. So you gotta love everything that we've seen so far. And honestly, the entire way to these top 4 getting there, all of the matches have been just exciting, and I'm really glad that we got to see all of the teams play,
Yes.
and just a mix up between all of them, because there were different styles between the games, and I personally also really love the use of utility that we don't tend to see a ton.
Yeah.
It's very prevalent, and I think that I don't know. I feel like I'm watching another version of the finals that could have been, where it was just a melee game only. It works. It's wild. I've had a blast watching these. So yeah, just getting to the group standings, I'm blown away, and it's really close looking at the scoreboard. Honestly, from 3rd to 6th, that is not a far spread.
Yeah, very, very balanced, actually. I'm really surprised by how kind of competitive these matches ended up being. Very,
Yeah.
we did not see, I mean, Sledge, Spear, Heavy still probably taking the main point, but we have seen plenty of lights and even some mediums do good work. So it's been a surprising amount of actually competitive matches, which has been really exciting to
Yeah.
watch. But
In the backstabs, we have seen so many good backstabs, people dashing in, just trying to get it in, missing, but then getting it on the second swing, and yeah, I'd love to see him just go pop,
yeah.
with a nice backstab. So
It really is. Well, we are now about to move over to our playoffs. So our top 4 teams are
Yeah.
going to now partake in a group, in a best of 3 playoff match. It's going to be the top 4. They're going to play semifinals. It's a single elimination bracket, so it's going to be very tight. Not a lot of second chances. We got Burrito coming in with the rest of the viewing crew who've been viewing the rest of the games. We're about to get into the last ones, but thank you,
Nice.
Rio, for casting with me. Really appreciate it with some
Absolutely.
great games.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you everybody for listening. And I think that y'all are up for some truly amazing matches casted by Waltz and Burrito. So please continue watching. And honestly, your top 4 teams, you have them. You got to root for them and show them some love. And I will see you guys next time. Thanks again. I'm
Yeah.
hopping off.
Thank you, Rio. And I want to give a huge shout out real quick to Merch. I always forget. I apologize. I forget which one is which, but thank you so much for jumping in and casting with Burrito. That was awesome. So we got him in here as well. But we're gonna go to a quick break so I can go ahead and get everything transferred over and get Burrito in the call, and we're gonna be right back, guys, in just a minute.
That strange thought you just had, where did it come from? And was it even yours? Our new Series 2000 effectively suppresses third-party influence and eccentricity, outperforming our competitors within the standard deviation of conformity. With the Series 2000, your mind stays in control. Via, we as one.
And for the, I can get your camera in.
Sure. Yeah, give me just a sec.
Absolutely.
Same link from where?
I'm gonna send it to you real quick. Here we go. I'll just send it directly to you.
Okay. Sorry, I just don't want to like click into the wrong one or.
And it is testing finals room, I think.
Is the password?
Yeah. Capital T, capital F, capital R. I put that in as well. It should be that one.
Alright, cool. You know. Well, yeah, good games on the front half.
Yeah, great games. How was your stuff?
Yeah, seemed like it went really well. It was really hard to spectate and also kind of hard to cast.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a real, like, it is a completely different like feel. The flow is different, and so the first couple matches were really hard.
Right.
I had a crazy grapple sword moment, I think, right at the end, like literal last possible second, stopped a steal that probably would have put that team through to the next round. So, oh my god, it was amazing.
Let me get the audio. Oh my god, I don't have my background. Camera and video. Oh, it's because I fucked it up. Use the camera. Alright, hold on, sorry.
No worries, no worries. I need to drink water. It's not helping either.
Yeah, stream elements is closed. Okay, cool. I think I'm loaded in.
Hmm.
You want to share your screen?
I see it. Sorry,
Also, then you're not on the Be Right Back screen right now, just letting you know.
I'm wolfing down. I'm not on the... Oh, sorry, hold up.
endurance of sorrow destroy it. The sorrow is part of its own task. We cannot interfere. Sometimes when they are deep in dreams, I want to tell them. They are building true worlds in reality. Sometimes I want to tell them of their importance to the universe. Sometimes, when they have not made a true connection in a while, I want to help them.
All right, we are back. We are about to go ahead and we are getting our teams picking their maps currently. We're going to go ahead and see where we're going to play. Like I said before, this is a best of 3, simple, just a straight playoff situation. So what we got going on right now is we have Moist versus Schlammers, and then in our second semifinal, we're going to have New Crew versus Bonkageddon. So first we got Moist versus Schlammers, going to be best of 3. It looks like we're getting their picks in now, but it's going to be a tight match between these two. Moist really pulled ahead of the pack. In the groups, was kind of impressed by how well they played. Burrito, you got to check out some of their games as well. What do you think about Moist?
I was actually really impressed by their gameplay. They weren't necessarily one of the teams I was keeping an eye on. I kind of had a hard time trying to find much of a presence on them, but ultimately their gameplay really, really impressed me. And I was really surprised with how much they were able to do.
Yeah, looks like our first map is going to be Horizon, I believe, followed by Skyway, and then finally Fortune Stadium. So we're going to go ahead and get Horizon in here, again, followed by Skyway. And then if we go to a Game 3, it's going to be, if we get to a Game 3, then it will be then we're finally going to get to see Fortune Stadium. So just going to go ahead and get this entered in real quick. And as we move forward and as we get our teams into the lobby, Burrito, what are you most looking forward to with these?
I think I'm really interested to see how Moist and the Meat Slammers end up putting their game together. I was very surprised with all the subs that happened on Meat Slammers. Like, they came in as maybe the team to beat, and then all of a sudden, like, swapped things over. And you know, I was really impressed with how things ended up changing out.
Yeah. If you had to put money on one of these two teams, who would it be?
That's a toughie. I think if I had to put money on one of the teams, I might actually put my money on Bonkageddon. I know Moist is, like, obviously, you know, Bonkageddon barely made it through, but they're my favorite team to watch. And I think in a one-on-one scenario, they're going to end up actually doing a lot better.
I could totally see that. It's going to be a very, very, very different game, obviously, from what we saw first. So, like you said, I'm really intrigued to see what happens at this point. Everything goes out the window. The chaos of cash out no longer matters. So, yeah, gonna be really interesting to see how that ends up turning around on us. Almost have a layout set up. Looks like we should be set. And let's go ahead and take a look at our map bands. And yeah, so that is so these are our maps. We have oh, I'm sorry, is this for the second match? You said this is for the second match, Burrito? Did I have the wrong one?
No.
Okay,
the
okay,
one you
okay.
got pulled up is the
So
right
we're
one.
going to start on Horizon. We're then going to move into Skyway and Fortune if we get to our final match. So we're going to go ahead and get our teams into the lobby, Moist versus Schlammers, and we're going to get that started in just a second here. Let me get into Horizon. Definitely, I mean, Horizon, a fan favorite map at this point. Do you have a favorite map that you would say, Burrito?
For a melee only tournament, I'm unsure.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
You know, like, I have maps that are my favorite for lines of sight, for, you know, how open they are, how you can force angles, but none of that, all that goes out the window when
Yep.
you're dealing with you know, melee only gameplay, which is really wild.
Yeah, things get really weird. There were maps that I thought were going to be a surefire, like, kind of win for a certain style, and we didn't really see that. I haven't seen a lot of, like, the winch spear tech, things of that nature. So that's all been kind of, it's been a lot more kind of sledge goo than I think I did expect at the beginning. And I was hoping that we'd see more of people using the, like, because you get in melee range and you can do more manipulation, people using the, you know, falling off the map, stuff like that. But we'll see now when you can focus more and you can actually prep how you're approaching the fight. I think we'll see more of that. Just getting our teams into the lobby right now. We are getting our band set up for the second set of semifinals as well, just to streamline that as quickly as possible. We are getting our teams in. We're making sure we get them in the right order as well, because the goal is to have them be the same color every time. So we're doing that and making sure that we can get this as seamless as possible for you guys. Gonna head back to our playoff bracket here if we want to go ahead and take a look at this. So again, we're in our top section here. Moist versus the Schlammers, and I probably could have gotten rid of those images. We were going to do logos and we ran out of time to do the logos. So
No worries. Only so many were submitted anyway. Not a problem. And ultimately, you know, all the important information is there. And you know, we can really see what our matchups are looking like. And you know, very impressed to see or very interested to see exactly how these two teams are going to end up playing each other. I know we do have a logo for New Crew, so
we do, yes, but that, you know, that's okay. It happened.
Let me try and throw it in there.
All right.
I do have that one. I don't know if I could just. No, of course not.
All right, and this way we'll actually make sure that we can have some overlays. I actually I took all the effort I would have put into logos and I put it into overlays. So we're actually going to get to see the teams that we're playing against. Of course, I forgot to go through almost all of the round markers in the thing. I used round 4, but I used round 1 3 times. So
yeah,
you know,
I did 2 1 2 3.
It's hard to remember. As it stands, we do have both of our teams in here. Burrito, are we good to go? Anything on the back end I need to be aware of?
No, looking good. Mostly just trying to add some logos if we need them.
Fantastic. All right, yeah, I'm about to go ahead and get us started then. Let's get this game moving, and guys, let's jump into game 1 of our semifinal 1. Get this match started out. Let's switch over to our gaming scene, and we are going to go ahead and remove this and bring in our score overlay, which I need to update. There we go. 0-0 right now. Best of 3. Hypothetical, who I believe will be running Dagger. Is that correct? I did not see a lot of him in game, but I do believe that's what he's been running lately.
I believe I saw him running medium heels.
He was running medium heels. That's right.
But I may be mistaken. I don't know. I didn't get a chance to focus on him directly as much, so I'm really excited that they made it into the playoffs where we can watch a lot more of this one-on-one gameplay directly, because it was really hard to really see who was the standout person, because it was just like so chaotic.
Yes, yeah, it was so hard. I mean, especially because everybody was melee, it's hard to know what to focus on. I did have a couple moments where we had 3 spears spinning right together. It was beautiful to watch, a real Beyblade moment. You know what? Also, I'm really excited for. I'm really excited to see what Sindence's tier list is of the all the fits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we got them loading in now. Honestly, Moist rolling in with the Izol Axolotl, like that requires a level of dedication to make sure that everybody ends up getting that same fit. So
it does.
That's pretty impressive. Like they're all Izol fans. Like the team is locked in on all their choices.
Oh yeah, they're on the board with each other. They know what they're going for. One thing I wish we could see the gadgets they were running. Of course, you know, custom matches being what they are, we cannot see the gadgets, which is unfortunate. But we do see some of them seem to be, it might be running a gas. Here we go, first fight, Gopher jumping over on top, but we do see Dr. Pepper, Team Orange right now, Moist, playing very close to each other. They actually already have the vault. They used a gateway to go ahead and get out of there. Dodging through the gateway again. Looks like a very split up fight. Oh, he came through the gateway, but he was able to go ahead and take out one, smash him down. He's getting chased by the sphere, though. Hypothetical trying to play the range, and he does go ahead and win that fight. That's going to be Hypothetical getting that survival, but he's getting chased by QB right now. Going to go ahead and follow Typo up. Try to go ahead and get that kill. I believe Typo, the only one left on his team. He finds him, gets the winch. Spear versus spear, but that's too much damage already, and Typo, he's gone.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to actually be seeing Typo running running the spear. Not necessarily something I'd seen them been playing a lot of practice on, but that doesn't mean that they weren't. But yeah, very interesting choice from them. And yeah, ultimately Moist really taking that first battle and putting this in great position. I don't know if this is as good of a play when you don't have guns, but we'll see. We'll see how much the high ground kill advantage is you're going to
Yeah. It definitely still gives you like a positional advantage, but the advantage is not quite as big as I think it could be in other moments. We do see Gopher setting up a gateway, trying to find the rest of the team. I think he spotted them. There is a motion sensor as well, so he knows they were sitting really high up, and it's a sword on both teams, I believe. Dr. Pepper also running a sword. One thing I think that I've not talked about enough is the range advantage that you get as a spear. That's one of the biggest things it has. Oh, but an immediate backstab from Dr. Pepper.
Flipping it.
Just crushed him. He saw him, and he was gone. And that actually is a full team wipe while we were watching him. Meanwhile, Mush and Kyubi were crushing Typothetical and AG on the backside. It looks like this might be a very quick first cash out.
Wow. I'm very surprised by this. But it really does go, when we saw these two teams clash during the pool stage, I was very surprised. Actually, to just see, I expected AG to kind of step in and just go bananas, but I've been surprised that like they're really getting tested.
Yeah, one thing I think that we didn't really think about when we were looking at that is playing Melee against a lobby of guns is a lot different than playing Melee against a lobby of Melee players. And you actually have to change your strategy up quite a bit. The normal things you do, but we do see Gopher already getting taken down, Typo getting winched in as well. He's down as well. It's all on AG. Can he clean this up by himself? Can he go ahead and do some damage? But he's already getting quite low. Getting into the air. Nice hit on that goo. Is able to go ahead and stop him in his tracks, but the lockbolt holding him in place, using all of that there. Sledge versus Sledge, and he can't get away. AG is down. Another team wipe. 3 in a row for Moist.
They are gonna have to try and find a different way to approach this team, because even though AG seems to be pulling off a lot of really good hits, I think maybe Gopher is jumping in a little too early and kind of putting them in a 2v3 situation, because once the second that light is in the middle of a spear and a sledgehammer, you're gonna have a really bad time, and so you have to make sure that your pokes are calculated. And I think we just need to see Gopher come in a little more balanced, a little more slowly, and play around their team a little bit more, because I think that's ultimately what keeps putting it and tipping the scales in their favor.
Yep. Yeah, you really gotta make sure you're thinking about how you move towards that point smartly. I am surprised, like you said, he was doing healer. I think it makes sense to not have heals. Because I think people die so fast, and I'm not sure if that's worthwhile. We see Gopher invis, and AG as well, already getting one hit with that sword. Gopher jumping in, getting some damage done, but unable to do anything further. Looks like Gopher as well is down to 1 HP. I'm not sure what he got hit by, but he is almost dead himself. Oh, Typo very low, being chased by the Sledge. I see motion sensor there, misses the goo, and he's very slow to chase. Can he find Typo? A little bit of fire slowing him down, and it looks like he's going to go ahead and turn tail. Mush getting chased by Gopher. There's 2 on him now. He does pull off 1, but he gets taken down. Gopher by himself gets immediately wiped, and that is a full team wipe once again. Moist running this lobby right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I don't know if Gopher's listened to the comms, and while he did come in a lot more reserved that time, I think it ultimately was a little too reserved. And spent a lot of his time trying to kite a one-on-one situation while his team lost, and was a little bit split out on the 2-on-2.
Just going to turn you up a little bit here, make sure everyone can hear you over the game as well.
No worries. Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. Here we go. Final fight, potentially, of this match. Remember, this is a best of 3, so if they don't do this, they have a chance to maybe adjust what they're doing. Oh, the gateway comes through. I love that, but it misses. He almost got him, though. There's Hypothetical looking for that spear. He doesn't get the spin, though. AG does take out 1 by himself. There comes Go on the back on a massive stab, and they finish him off. That's it.
Oh, wow, and they are ultimately going to be able to get this steal, so thankfully they at least tailored their approach, and I think it's already starting to pay dividends for them, because they were able to come in and make this quick sweep and ultimately make this a real game. What was looking like a 2-0 sweep right out the gate.
Yeah, AG really kind of showing his dominance with their And like we said, Gopher just needed to stay closer to the team. Everybody was focused on AG, and Gopher got a beautiful swipe through 2 members of Moist and was able to go ahead and just do so much damage that it was easy for AG to clean him up. Beautiful, beautiful stab there from him. And now we're anyone's game. Once again, it was so close for so long, but all you need is that one crucial team wipe, and all of a sudden, they're playing a little bit of defense.
Yeah, and it does look like before they had went down, Mush was on a 5-kill streak.
Oh no, AG's trapped though. He got burned down. I actually see AG is running a mesh shield, or like a bubble shield, which I wonder if that was just maybe a mistake. He hasn't fully changed his loadout. I can't think of very few things that would be useful for. But fight slowing down a little bit, trying to find jockeying for position. There goes the winch. A lot of damage done so far. Typo is already taken out. Meanwhile, we do have it's a full team wipe in the blink of an eye again. These melee fights and the 3v3s are over in just a matter of seconds. You look away and it's gone.
Yeah, really impressive coordination. You know, everybody is getting in their 1v1s, winning their 1v1s, and, you know, communicating really well to make sure that once they win their 1v1s, that they're peeling off and really fighting the rest of the team. Are we able to take a quick look at the scoreboard?
Yeah, absolutely. We do see, look at that, Mush with 8 kills. You can see the disparity there.
Yeah. And I know we hate to say it, but Typo's fault. We need to see him step it up just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
To continue to be able to support his team as much as we want him to.
Ooh, I love this setting up
and as
above.
much as I know he wants to.
Ooh, and the fire's down to go ahead and do so much damage. It's all smoke right now. Nothing can be seen. What is actually happening? AG is backing up. He's getting out of dodge. A quick retreat for the side of Schlammers. I think that was a great play to go ahead and just get out of there. A winch comes in from Typo, actually. He's doing a lot of damage. Oh!
Great win.
Gets taken, 1 member down already from Moist. Looks like the second is so close. Mush does go ahead and win that 1v1, but he's taken out. It's now AG versus Dr. Pepper. Can he catch him? He does! Gets that wipe. That might just be it. He needs to go for that steal in a second. But an amazing, amazing invis catch there by AG to go ahead and take out the fleeing Dr. Pepper.
That was an incredible read. Like, I wasn't even sure if they had that one. I saw him hit that goo, and they knew they had it. But, like, I wasn't even certain. That was a really impressive play and a really impressive read on an invisible light, just guessing right where they're going to go. Fired 1 goo shot, took him out.
Yup. Now this is where it's going to come down. We need to go ahead and keep an eye on Dr. Pepper here. He's going to be the one crucially to get his team in very close. It's going to be important for him to actually be able to set this up for his team. Only a matter of seconds left. About 15 seconds left. They have to start stealing in just a matter of moments. It's so close to over. He's invis, looking for an angle, but the goo keeps blocking them off. He's down on the level below. He's trying to follow. AG is going to go ahead and get taken out. AG is down. They're dropping it, but I think we're out of time. He's trying for the steal now, but that's it. With an upset, Schlammers taking round 1.
Wow, what looked like it was about to be a quick 2-0 upset quickly turned. And I'm really excited to see that the Meat Schlammers was able to really wrap their head around how the other team was playing and ultimately pivot very quickly. And yeah, it looks amazing.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job of that.
Game.
Go ahead and get this updated here. So it looks like we do have Schlammers with a one game lead. Very exciting stuff. And go ahead and update that here in the bracket as well. For those of you who are following along in the bracket, we do see Schlammers up 1 point. And we're going to go ahead and switch our map over to, I believe, Skyway Stadium. And we did have a disconnect as well. So we're just going to make sure that person gets back into the lobby. And I also realized I have been having Discord notifications the entire time. Streaming mode was not set up properly. We're going to go ahead and adjust that as well. Scuffed stream. It would not be a Waltz tournament without something a little off. What are you going to do? Who did we lose? Well, it looks like we lost 1 member of Moist who got dropped here. We got Mush. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and wait. Do we need to remake? That's the question. Go ahead and check here.
Hold on for now, but we very well may need to.
I believe he did have to restart his game prior to this, so he may be restarting once again.
Yeah. But really amazing plays, and I'm so surprised to see Pink have just adjusted so quickly. Like they spent the whole first part of that map getting beat up, but really learning a lot,
Hmm.
and doing a lot to really end up coming through and helping their team.
Yeah. Yeah, I was really impressed. You know, as much as we say Typo's fault, he did pull out when it was necessary. You know, he did manage to pull out a win for his team. Definitely, I think he carried the team in many ways. It was probably all Typo, if we had to be honest. Um, but we have all the teams back in. We're going to go ahead and get started, and we're just going to jump right into game two. This could be it. Moist, with a dominant run through groups, could be brought to their knees by Schlammers.
Yeah, very interested to see how this is going to end up playing out. I hope Moist maybe makes a little bit of loadout changes. I feel like they were really getting kind of like the crowd control difference was very visible between these two teams during that match. So I'm very interested to see how it ends up working out.
Yeah, I would like to see a swap out from Schlammers though. Even though they won that previous match, it was down to it was 2 fights that they won, and it was on the edge like that for both fights. Not that it was bad, but I wouldn't hate to see them maybe try something a little different to see if they can get more of a hold on this game, because I wouldn't be surprised to see Moist just lock in and take this.
And yeah, we are getting loaded in. It does look like it's going to be up, down, left, right on Skyway Stadium, which it doesn't quite make things as difficult, but I think playing those up platforms on a Melee tournament is really going to make these fights really chaotic because there's a lot of verticality to them for teams to continue to fall down and
Yep.
for teams to be able to really manipulate that cash out.
I almost wouldn't hate seeing one of them have switched over to a double melee for these elevated structures. Get a little bit more of that mobility in here. But I think we will see that our next match, because I think we do have a grapple user in our next match. I think we do, which would be amazing because we're seeing obviously mostly Dash on the lights. Dash is definitely probably the best, especially for melee. I think Invis doesn't do a lot for you when you're talking about melee. But the Dash definitely doing a lot. Looks like Gopher getting his team up onto the high ground. Are they there? They're quite slow. That's okay. AG made it eventually. And a commanding position. I love the use of the goo here. Gonna go ahead and drop that fire. AG pushing in onto Moist's team. Looks like he's about to show up underneath them. Bubble shield down again. He continues to run the bubble shield. Is that purely just for stopping goo? Maybe stopping grenades? If so, it's a fascinating choice. Gonna go ahead and bring his own point down. Absolute chaos. He brought his own elevated structure down. Meanwhile, Kruby getting a winch there onto AG. It's down 2. Dr. Pepper almost completely dead. AG trying to go and finish him off. Gopher does finish off 1. And Mush there as well. Going to go ahead and get wiped out. It's now 2 versus 1. QB, the only one left on his team. Is he going to try to just push? He knows they're quite low. Misses the winch just barely, but there's the range on the spear. I think he's going to go ahead and be able to finish him off. Gooing, trying to hold it back. Misses the first hit. The huge winch. Oh, Gopher is here now. He does take down 1, but he loses to the second. A valiant effort by QB there to go ahead and play a 2-on-1, but Gopher responding in time to go and help out AG.
That was so clutch. I completely forgot Gopher was even still alive. So I don't know if they had coined in and ran back just in the nick of time, but
yeah,
that was a really impressive play by Gopher.
I'm honestly not sure. You know, maybe one day when we get a kill feed, you know, we might know. But
forbidden knowledge.
Regardless, we're not meant to know yet. And Gopher, unfortunately, the team is spawning very close, but that is one of the things. No medium, so no zip lines, no jump pads. It's hard for them to get up. Gopher taking some damage from the fire. I like that they're using the fire, but here comes Typo onto the high ground. Going to go ahead and try to hold the position. Misses the winch once again. There was a lock bolt down, a pink lock bolt holding many of these players in place right now. AG going in, immediately taking out 1, but he's also locked. He's just getting held in place right now. Going to go ahead and get finished off by QB. QB there, trying to go ahead and spin to win. He gets taken out. Meanwhile, this is a 2 versus 1. Dr. Pepper, the only one left on the side of Orange. Going to go ahead and try to retreat, reset. Let his team have a moment to coin in. Needs to wait. Oh, he finishes off 1, though. Gopher by himself. Is he have time? He's on the edge of it, and there it is. Dr. Pepper and a 1 versus 2. Can he survive long enough? He's dealing with goo right now, so it looks like he's just going to go ahead and get out of there. Says, I don't need this right now. Is he going to go ahead and even fake the steal? He is, but I'm seeing AG coming for him. Drops a lock bolt, hits nothing as well. We see the goo. He's trying to knock it off like those goo players do. He has knocked it onto the ground. I actually don't know if this was the right choice, but it looks like he's very confident with it. Another winch. No, a winch hits this time. Typo getting brought very, very low. Meanwhile, AG also getting pushed. 1 lost from his team already, but where's Gopher on the back end? Losing a lot of health as well. Not a lot of damage done yet to Moist. Orange continues to aggress, just retreating and retreating. The winch comes in and pulls AG back. You can't get away that easily. He gets taken out. Gopher, the only one left on his team, waiting for his teammates to respond, but it's all on Gopher to try and delay this. It looks like they even seen him. So can he finish this off? He misses the first hit. He needs to hit this. He gets taken out, and that's going to be a steal for the side of Moist, taking first cash out.
You know, I would have been really surprised if Gopher was going to be able to defend that entire cash out by themselves. Ultimately, playing against the Melee team on defense, when you're just a light hopping into the middle of just an absolute blender, is always going to be a hard pick. But valiant effort by Gopher, and ultimately they're still in this. And we really got ourselves a game.
Yeah, very, very close actually. Very impressed by that. Like you said, at the end of the day, it really just comes down to a couple key moments. I would have liked to see. That is one of the elements where Dagger does shine over Sword. With the Dagger, you definitely have the ability to just immediately wipe somebody. Sword, not quite so much, more consistent, but Gopher gets pulled back. He's going to go ahead and get away this time. Can he run? It looks like he is actually well out of there, and that's a winch to use. That's actually a lot of utility used already, which means that he's back. Look at that great gateway placement. He's back, and they might actually have an advantage getting into this fight now. Here comes Dr. Pepper looking for that one-on-one. Does take out Gopher.
And that light 1v1, once that fight is won, I feel like the light can peel off and then really do a little bit more to harass the heavies like that.
Amazing juke there. Did you see the way Dr. Pepper pulled back? Just barely avoided getting hit by AG. He's ducking in and out, gets off a second kill. Only 1 left. He gets winched. AG is coming for him. That sledge goo is there. Can he get away? He's being held. It's so scary, but he made it out, and now he has a chance to turn this around. Currently a 2 versus 1. AG, the only one left on his team, but looks like, who is that? Mush just ran away with the vault. He's going to go ahead and start on the other side of the map, while all of Schlammers are going to have to reset over here.
Really impressive stuff. I'm actually really surprised at the way that Orange is playing the objective. I don't necessarily... There's no plug meta in the final round, but they are still very objective focused.
Yes.
They are really keeping their eye on the prize, and they are not going to let themselves kind of lose sight of what they're here to do. But
there was no coming through, but Dr. Pepper salvaging that. Wow, he just got squished in between. QB did, but his team is ready to back him up. Typo, now the one who's in a 1 versus 2, gets a hit. He's just getting circles run around him. Dr. Pepper.
No.
That was just brutal to watch. Typo he could do nothing.
Not a lot you can do there. Yeah, very much struggling. When you trickle in like that, it was just like 2v1s over and over and over, and that's always going to be a lot.
Yeah, we've seen a lot from Dr. Pepper, but I think we do need to keep an eye on Mush and QB here. Both have been putting out stellar performances so far. We got one last fight in us right now. One last fight. Question is, where do they spawn? They've spawned in a really good spot, which means they're not going to have to worry about these zips. They're going to be able to jump pretty high very quick. Gopher with that high ground. He's going to go ahead and get them right on top. Fire is breaking out everywhere. Typo already gets taken out. 1 there. Mush taking them down to 1. Already very low on Gopher as well. A blind hit in the smoke. The smoke is just causing vision issues for everyone. AG, the last one left on his team, I believe, has to go for a 1 versus 2. Breaks down that wall. Drops both of them. Maybe an opening for him to follow along. He misses the first hit. The spear almost pulls him back with the winch. QB trying to lock him down. It looks like, AG still the only one left on his team. He can't do anything. He's just being chased. That's it. And that is still a team wipe. Nope, not a full team wipe. Typothetical is here. Can Typo do anything? I don't think so. It's too late. And that's going to be a win for Moist.
Wow. very impressive and dominant performance by Moist there. Really, really surprised to see how they were able to get that updated. Now we have ourselves a game, and we are going to take ourselves over to the third map.
Yep, we're going to be moving to our third map. I do feel like what we saw there was very much just what we expected from the first map, right? Like, they were in control of it. They just didn't have those last-second deaths that we saw the first time. And I do believe that our third map was, let's just double check again real quick, it is Fortune Stadium. So we're heading back over to Fortune Stadium. So yeah, this one means everything. This is only a single elimination bracket. So at this point, you have to perform. You can't you can't slack at all. So we do have looks like we did lose the side of Moist. They're gonna have to go ahead and reconnect. Looks like some tech issues there. And we'll get them back in just a moment. Looks like we probably got some information coming in the general chat here. All right, they are back in, so we're gonna go ahead and get this started. If everybody, like I believe we do have NA players in here, so we're just heading to Fortune Stadium, still on NA servers, and yeah, game 3. How you feeling, Burrito?
Feeling good, feeling good. Yeah, interested to see how this works out. Yeah, dang. I just told Gopher that we were playing NA only, so but not a problem.
Not a problem.
Glad things are cruising along.
Yep. Unfortunately, that is like the switching back and forth just causes a lot of issues with trying to get things updated and getting teams in the proper order, slows things down a lot. But since this was so popular, maybe we'll do an EU Melee tournament, possibly. I could see it happening.
I'm definitely down to amend the rules in the future to maybe allow for coin flips for, the 1v1s, if teams are split. So, we live, we learn. Appreciate you working through it with us anyway, Gopher.
Absolutely.
We definitely aren't trying to give any one region the advantage necessarily, but, always want to try and keep things as interesting as possible for the players, and try and keep the headaches as low as we can for ourselves, because we're behind the scenes doing all kinds of stuff, and so, we appreciate, teams bearing with us while we continue to, push these things along and keep having great events.
Yeah, Typo and Gopher both playing from EU, so I can see the frustration in dealing with that, but that's the way it goes. Wait, did they switch colors? Oh, no, they switched colors. Crap. Okay, that's unfortunate. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, the colors are incorrect on the overlay because we did have the team fully leave, which is unfortunate, but we're going to deal with it. I should have realized that. As it stands, we do have our first engagement here, AG, with that, once again, that bubble shield. Looking for his way in, trying to dodge all of these lock bolts. Everyone held in place, looking for that kill. He's going to go ahead and hit one hit down. Looks for the second, is unable to go ahead and finish off the second. I believe that is a full team wipe. Very quickly here. If you miss, it's kind of like watching two shotguns dueling. If you miss the first shot, you lose the duel unless your opponent also misses a shot. And especially with the sledge players, if you miss that charged hit, not a lot you can really do.
Yeah, and I think actually in watching these teams play a little bit, we were a little confused about the mesh shield, but I think the lock bolt bounces off of it.
That's wild.
So I think what they're trying to do with running the mesh shield is actually counter the lock bolt, because it is such a pain to get slowed down. By such a massive degree when you're in the middle of these melee fights. So I'm guessing that's what they're using it for, because I can't imagine what else.
Mush. Oh, the lockbolt does catch him, but can they do anything about this? Looks like they're getting pushed on. Dr. Pepper looking for his opportunity. This is just a Helm's Deep situation. They're running through a single doorway trying to fight. AG misses the swipe. But I think he's all by himself, and he's just biding his time. Misses with the goo. The goo doing a great job of holding this fight right now. And AG all by himself. Just kind of playing with him right now.
Yeah, they're kind of playing with him, waiting to really maximize that team wipe.
Is he just going to go ahead and jump? His team might be about to spawn, so at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we wait for them to come back up. And it looks like,
Pretty-
yeah, we already have typo there.
Pretty interesting choice. They had an opportunity to force the wipe, and they kind of just backed off. I'm not sure why they wouldn't have bought themselves the extra 30 seconds and really secured this first cash out, but really interesting choices to kind of see how they're now going to have to defend this again.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe they just didn't want to risk Gopher showing up behind them and getting a quick steal. As it stands, they only have about 20 seconds before the cash out wraps up anyways, so Orange making their way underneath. I like what AG is doing here. Going to go ahead and get underneath the point, try to bring it down. It's a Hail Mary to just steal this right. He's actually bringing it down 2 levels. He has to start stealing right now, but Moist is on top of him. He slaps one down, but he's going to go ahead and get taken down as well by Mush. Mush continuing to add tally marks besides his name. Meanwhile, QB winning this spear duel against Hypothetical, and Gopher, the only one left on his team. Is he going to be able to get away? It looks like nope, he's going to go ahead and just run face first into a hammer.
I can't tell if that was a tactical wipe or just an ego challenge gone wrong, but definitely showing why Moist took this first cash out. Is they're playing really tight, really focused, and really sticking close together to just try and get as much burst damage in those first couple swipes, like you said, as they can.
Yeah. Popping that first vault right away. We do have Orange respawning. Schlammers pretty far away. The question is, are they pushing for this vault, or are they waiting and contesting as they get towards one of the points? Both points pretty equidistant. Here goes the gateway. It gets them onto the high ground. They have been spotted, so there's no surprise here. Lockbolt does not get there in time to prevent the run. And no deaths yet. AG leading the charge, trying to locate the side of Moist. They do know where they are. Bring in the red barrel. Oh, but the gateway just in time gets him out of dodge. Unfortunately, he's also unable to catch up. But on the backside, it looks like AG fighting QB. They backstabbed him, and he gets immediately wiped by that spear. Just run over by Dr. Pepper and QB. Mush as well. Going to go ahead and get double teamed up on Hypothetical, spinning and trying to do a lot. He can't do enough, and that's going to be a wipe. A brilliant play from Moist. Waiting with the heavies until the light passes through, and they just backstabbed him and did a ton of damage. Immediately a quick one, and once you lose one person, it's kind of over.
Yeah, and really a dominant performance from them this game. I don't know if they were, just waiting to kind of feel this team out to really understand exactly what they were up against. But,
yeah,
this has really turned into a match, and it feels like over the last couple matches that Moist has really kind of wrapped their head around the way this team is playing a little bit better.
Absolutely. Probably 2 final fights here. Looking over, it looks like Whispercast has been redeemed, so I'm going to try to cast him in a Whisper Read. I have no idea how this game's going to go.
Yeah, I'll bring it for the rest of the match.
Schlammers are pushing into the point. They're trying to take this. Look here, we see Dr. Browning ever so silently on the edge of the fight, waiting for his moment to strike like a viper. Sitting beside the rest of his team, they're playing low, they're playing underneath. Schlammers trying to find an entry point into the site, but it's ready to be dropped. Here's Typo and AG above. Gopher pushing in. He's gonna try for the steal, but the gravity grenade, it undoes all of Moist's work. They have to chase now. Mush trying to find AG, but he gets spotted. Dr. Pepper following again. Damage everywhere. They didn't get the steal yet. Dr. Pepper is doing so much on the backside. Just Typo, and that's a wipe. Holding the point. They've successfully ended off. Schlammers holding site B. That's actually surprisingly difficult.
All right, and that does look like Moist is ultimately going to be able to take this map. It's going to have to be an absolute blitz from Schlammers to try and keep their hopes alive.
And a spawn like this, I don't think it's possible. Gopher is going to be all by himself. There's no zip lines. There's nothing of that nature. Mush was going for the stomp right there. Basically a charge and slam for all intents and purposes, but that's it. And that is going to be Moist moving on. Absolutely
amazing work by Schlammers. Absolutely incredible that they had coming in third in the group standings and ultimately, making it through to our semifinal round. Really appreciate the flexibility this team showed. A lot of subs, a lot of folks playing from all over the place, but ultimately got knocked out by Moist.
Yeah, and props as well to AG and Hypothetical, who were last-minute subs for Gopher's team. Really appreciate them filling in and helping out, making sure that we can fill all the slots, and yeah, making it to third, fourth place in playoffs, especially playing with two people that have two very high ping differences. Really impressive stuff. Really impressive stuff.
All right. And then it does look like for our next matches, it's going to be New Crew and Bonkageddon. And we are going to be going Las Vegas Skyway Stadium Fortune.
Las Vegas Skyway Stadium Fortune. Let me go ahead and get that set up here. Got map 1. Map 1 is Las Vegas, you say?
Looks that way. Yeah, Vegas. And then Skyway, and then Fortune will be our decider.
All right, let's go ahead and check those map bands, see if I got it updated here properly. But we are changing. You said this was New Crew versus
Bonkageddon.
Bonkageddon. So we got New Crew.
Be right back. Sorry about that.
No worries at all. No worries at all. All right, we're gonna get this updated. We're gonna get our next teams in the lobby, and we will be directly back, guys. Just give us 1 second. All right, here we go. New Crew versus Bonkageddon. New Crew taking second place, and Bonkageddon just barely squeaking through with fourth place. Going to be duking it out here, of course. Bonkageddon, some server favorites with Average Man, Sin Dense, I believe Human in there, and the New Crew with Newful, Newful, Negative, and Airballer. Newful playing in pretty much all of our tournaments. A real stand-up guy. Love to see him play. So really excited to have this matchup. Definitely kind of a server favorite matchup, if you will. Let's get into the game in just a second here. Las Vegas, I believe, is what we're starting on here. That is correct. What's your thoughts on this matchup? You got any favorites here? Burrito, what's your thoughts on what we can expect?
I want to put my money on Bonkageddon, but these are two really great teams, and Bonkageddon seems to be struggling with a little bit of synergy. They barely squeaked in through our group standings, so I want to see them tighten it up. I know what they're all capable of individually. What I need to see them do is work together as a team, because New Crew has been playing really tight today.
Yeah, they've been really tight. Their first match as well, I was really impressed. That was the first one I saw of theirs. But every time they come in, like you said, very clearly they play together quite a lot, and you can see that by the clan tag. You know, they know what they're doing. And I mean, in this game, you know, much like anything else, just having a team that knows how to play together, that fixes so many problems. Here we go, though. Getting into the game. Game 1 on Vegas. I'm glad we got to see Vegas. I really felt like this was a solid choice. Do you know whose map pick this was, Burrito?
Let me take a quick look. So Vegas looks like it was New Crew's pick.
All right. Quite fascinating.
So yeah, they picked this one, and I'm very eager to see exactly how this is going to shake out for them, because nobody else has picked this map so far.
Yeah, we are seeing that sledge and spear together is the meta of the tournament. It's two heavies with a light, whether it be a dagger. Already engaged on the dome, however, Sindent's spinning, trying to keep out of there, but the lockbolt is holding them in place. Both Average Man and Sindent's hanging on the ground. Meanwhile, we do see Guns trying to use those daggers just up and down, a real Neon Guts move, if you will. Meanwhile, Airballer Negatives pushing in with that sword versus dagger. Sindent's Average using some barricades blocks the winch, but Sindent's does get dashed upon. Already a lot of damage. Here comes Human as well, trying to finish it off. Human very low. A lot of damage. Average is down. Looks like Sindent's is about to go as well. 2 big hammer hits. And that's not quite it, though, because Human, the last one left, can he get this kill? Again, dagger versus sword, trying to stay alive. He has to get the correct Q. Keeps missing those backstabs. He has to hit one of these. Eventually he does, but it wasn't quite enough, and that's a team wipe for New Crew.
Wow. And this is kind of exactly what I was mentioning ahead of time, is New Crew is like really buckling together and making sure that, you know, if someone's getting one-on-one, that someone peels off and really makes it a 2-on-1 to really give themselves the advantage. I want to see Average and Sindent kind of tighten up that synergy a little bit, because I know they play amazing together, and want to see, you know, Newful not necessarily just run through this.
Yeah, they really need to find their rhythm, make sure they're on top of each other. Although it's such a, you end up on top of each other, and then the spear does so much, so you have to find the balance. I do love how much the sledge is being used in this as a method of moving the point. Here comes the gravity grenade to go ahead and just bring it up. This is so smart, and now New Crew are going to have to address this. They have to be the ones to come contest. The winch does pull it away, but that's a winch used. Average is unable to hit a hit. Negative, the gravity nade again. Sindent's taken down by herself on the backside. Human again dodging away. A lockbolt is doing a lot to slow this fight down, but they have a lockbolt in exchange. Average finishes off one, but he gets finished off himself, and now it's a 2 versus 1 Human. How much can he do once again by himself? And he's just wiped, crushed by that hammer.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see so many like lost 1v1s on Average's side. He fights a lot of melee medium or melee lights.
Yeah.
Seeing him kind of continue to get taken out by this is kind of interesting. I'm wondering if it's something more to do with you know, some of the composition or you know,
ping issues maybe.
The rest of his team having guns.
Yeah.
I think which very well could be the case.
I think that is a big part of it. You play the game a certain way, and switching to a completely melee focused playstyle, it's kind of difficult sometimes. Looks like the cash out completely gooed up, but now it's dropped down, trying for a steal, but the spins are out. Newfold doing so much damage, already 1, 2, almost a third, and that's a quick wipe. You gotta run for the last minute steal, but especially with this spear, I see now why spear is considered the best weapon. Potentially, because in these melee versus melee events, stealing is nigh on impossible when somebody has a spear.
And it also requires the alt fire with the spear kind of allows you to just create a massive arc of pain. So if anybody wants to come into your zone, whether they're coming into your cash out, they're coming to fight your team, anything like that, you have a massive area of denial where you can just dish out damage to 3 people at a time, which is otherwise really difficult unless you hit like the perfect sword lunge or something like that.
Yeah, it kind of it does fix a lot of problems for you, and I think that's like you said, it covers so many bases. Look at this, another use of the gravity nade, bringing Airballer in and not allowing them to use that gateway that they had set up. He is going to jump into it now. He's going to go down a dodge, but they're leaving Airballer. I am himself, Average Man, from the top ropes is going to go ahead and follow Airballer, trying to finish him off. Airballer with very little health. I feel like he should just be going in, but I don't know where the rest of Average's. Average's team left him behind and went through the gateway. Meanwhile, Airballer is a one-on-one. He's got the backstab on him right now. He got him. He tricked him and came behind Average, outplanned.
I've never quite seen Average get read that well.
Yeah, he got read like a book. Airballer, knowing what he was going to do, was able to pull a kind of a reverse card on him and just close it out. It was definitely a little miscommunication there in terms of what the plan was, though, because they were set up and Average had a huge hit on Airballer to start with, so much damage, and then his teammates left for the gateway and left him behind, and he didn't win the 1v1, but even if he had, his teammates were already gone. We see Human here is a little bit ahead, though, and has a chance to surprise them. I haven't seen him yet. Now they have. They're using that sonar grenade, but he knows where they all are. A huge lockbolt has captured all 3 of Pink. He's waiting for his moment to jump in, waiting for Newfold to stop spinning. There's a grenade trying to punch this fight out. Once more, huge stab onto Airballer. That's 1 down. Negative does win his battle, but he only has 1 more hit. Negative takes that one out. Human could not finish it, and that is a wipe. Negative, I believe there was Newfold left, but that would have been a prime opportunity for Bonkageddon to pull this match into their favor. As it is, they get 1 more fight.
Yeah, they're going to have to really push hard on this one fight to get rid of this. And like you mentioned earlier, you were like, got to wait for Newfold to stop spinning. You're going to be waiting a long time. Ultimately, yeah, playing excellent area denial, just saying no one comes into my area without at least a bonk on the head.
Yep. They do have eyes on them now. Once again, Human has to hit a backstab. The dagger definitely does so much more than the sword, but it really is a sink or swim weapon. You have to hit that backstab like he does there. That's 1 down already. Airballer getting pushed by Sindence does lose that 1v1, but it is now a 1 versus 1 Airballer. He brings it down. Human, you have time. You can finish this off. No, he doesn't have time anymore. He had to get that backstab. I think Airballer is going to be able to slow this down. The goo is just preventing the steal, and it's over. He can't do anything. Human almost clutching it for his team, but the goo delay was unstoppable.
That was a really impressive goo delay on Airballer. Like, that was...
Yeah.
They knew exactly what they had to do. And once that first backstab was missed, they knew exactly what they needed to do, which is just delay, and you win the round.
Yep. Yeah, they... Really impressive stuff from there. Nukro going up 1-0 in this match right now. Our next map is on, did you say, I believe, Skyway?
Yeah.
All right, so take a look at that real quick. I'm going to get that transferred over, but we are going to be on Skyway now, and nobody has disconnected. Doesn't look like anyone needs a quick break, so we're going to jump into it in just a minute here, make sure everything is set up. Yeah, it looks like we are all set to go. I'm not seeing any problems. Nobody seems to be having any issues, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Hopefully, we're able to a better one. I think we are seeing some ping issues as well, if I had to be honest. I definitely think that Average did get a little outplayed in that one fight, but overall, I mean, it may not seem like it matters as much, but I almost feel like it matters more sometimes with Melee. The ping difference. I feel like it might be harder to deal with than when you're handling guns, because it's unforgiving when you're in Melee versus Melee.
Yeah, and it's really hard to say because I feel like he does play NA quite a bit, but you know, that ping difference can really mess with you, especially if all 5 people are NA and you're the one EU person. It can be a heck of a lot harder to try and take those fights and to win those fights.
Yeah. Yeah, you really got to be you got to play the edge of your sledge really, really well. And if somebody knows how to play, or if somebody knows the range of that sledge, having that little bit of ping difference is going to, I think, make the difference. But let's take a closer eye at Average as we get into this and see how he's approaching these fights, because it's so often so chaotic. But I think we can learn kind of from how he's getting into these fights and how maybe close he's playing with his team. Jumping in here,
right.
We do see Airballer starting us off, though. Yeah, looks like actually they're being chased in odd spawns for this vault, because normally you'd see the second team spawning kind of near B, but as it stands, they're actually just going to be showing up behind them.
Strange.
And there's no way that Bonkageddon are going to recognize this. This is a very surprising spawn. I wonder if they're going to get taken a little bit caught here, maybe.
Yeah, they're watching the wrong spot. And they're waiting for him to come over, but I think they see him now.
Oh, a huge lockbolt and a huge fireball. Look at that. Sindense is going to go in, spinning like a roulette wheel, but does get taken out immediately. Fortunately, Average Man is there to back her up, is going to go ahead and do a lot of damage. Oh, playing back and forth right now. Human, what can you do? The gateway has been finished off, and looks like they're actually defending the totem right now. The vault got tossed far away, trying to hit the goo. He's missing the goo. He gets hit from behind. He does get a big hit. That's one down. Can Human Sindense is going to go ahead and finish off 2. And almost finishes off Negative. A crazy play from Sindense, almost carrying that 1v1, but Negative not missing with that sword.
Yeah, really impressive backstab there. I was certain Sin had that. And
I really
now,
thought she did.
Yeah, now ultimately New Crew is able to decide kind of where they want to take this, get a good setup. But with the spawns having changed, I'm really interested to actually see where Bonkageddon ends up spawning in.
Yeah, we see a lot of damage coming out from both. Human getting wrecked immediately in that fight, unable to do actually any damage at all. And like we said before, he has to hit a backstab. The dagger is so strong, and it does so much damage, but if you can't hit that first initial stab, then you end up being a liability. You just can't put out the consistent damage. So early lockbolt from the side of Bonkageddon gets a little bit wasted, but they probably have one more. Human looking for a moment to strike, tries to get in behind. It looks like his team is already engaged. He has seen all of them. Gonna go ahead and try to backstab. Looks like he gets one, trying to chase Negative as well. 2 versus 1, Negative the only one left. Human gets taken out. Can Negative finish it off? And he does.
Negative has been clutching up fight after fight for this team.
He's a god with that sword.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the scoreboard.
Look at Negative.
Yeah.
4 kills, but 2,500 combat score right now.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, and really clutching up for their team. Really when it matters most is, if you're the late and you're the first one to die in these fights, you've really kind of put your team at a disadvantage. Because your heavies aren't just going to have the mobility, and the meta, like you said, has been like heavy, light. So once that light goes down, it's just a slugfest, and there's not a lot of utility that can necessarily save you or clutch up after that. All you have to do is just win your 5th fight.
Fully engaged now. Average gets winched, and he's going to get spun on, and that is almost certainly a death for him, but he's surviving for a little bit longer. A little bit of a standoff here, but there goes Negative after him. Average is not long for this world. Meanwhile, Human looking for an angle in onto Newful. Human, the last one left on his team at this point, trying to get a backstab. Negative chasing again, and he's going to wipe him once more. Negative relentless with these chases, and cash out number 1 going to New Crew. They are 1 cash out away from taking this game 2.
Yeah, New Crew is playing so tight, and I'm wondering how much maybe they had practiced as a squad before this, because I feel like all of their plays are just coming through with such synergy. Like, I'm dropping the lockbolt, cool. I'm throwing the fire grenade, cool. I'm gonna run in and all attack with the spear. Like, it's been very systematic in the way that they've really been taking these fights to Bonkageddon.
Yeah, it's been really close. We have seen some great moments from the side of Bonkageddon, though. Even though they have not, they haven't. Oh, a nice lockbolt find. He catches Airballer on the side. Great play from him, but the lockbolt in reverse. Average trying to make space, holding. There goes a gravity nade down. Actually caught himself in his own gravity vortex. Airballer did, but Average is now getting pushed off the edge of the map. It's over for him. He's down. Meanwhile, Human does get a backstab, and he's chasing away. It's a light versus two heavies right now. Negative taken out. Human has a chance to do something incredible here. He just has to avoid getting gooed. He has to avoid getting winched, but he has a chance. Oh, but there goes the winch in between. Oh, but he pulls away just a second with some dashes left, just waiting for his team to respawn. This matters a lot, and Airballer finishes him off.
That was a really impressive juke, and he did do quite a bit of work, but ultimately, since no cash out was going, it was kind of all for naught, which is really unfortunate, because those were some pretty good jukes, very good plays, really good positioning, but ultimately not able to buy themselves enough time to get the team to coin back in.
Yeah, it was a very impressive play by them. Not in the elevated structures, so we are going to see a fight inside the house right now. So this spear is going to do a lot. It is so hard to push into this spear. Especially, I mean, when you're fighting into a sledge and a spear, that is a brutal combination. If you could play two spears in a sledge, I feel like you would. A big lockbolt catches everybody. He knows he's found someone as well, and there goes the sonar grenade to make sure that they know exactly where they are. Going to go ahead and start spinning there on Newful. Doesn't connect anything. Baits that out, but Average is in, and he takes out puts a lot of damage in, but he can't finish anything off. Negative is chasing Human. He's just spinning like a Beyblade in there, not stopping. Sindence trying to catch Newful off guard. Does finish that fight off. Human is there as well, trying to look for Negative. He's so low. Human, can you finish him off? He can. That's a team wipe. They're going to go ahead and take this back. We have a game on our hands.
Heck yeah. And I was a little worried that New Crew was going to come in, take 4 cash outs, go on, but I love to see Pink really getting it together and grabbing this cash out. Let's see if they can hold it and keep their hopes alive. Otherwise, if they lose this cash out, they're done already.
Sindence with a great play there.
Quick play.
Yeah, amazing stuff. She was able to basically take out 2. She took out 1. Basically, she had half health at the beginning, so amazing play from Sindence there, holding onto this cash out. And Human is pushing in very aggressively, trying to find a backstab. Do they see him? They do not see him yet. Oh, misses the backstab. You got to hit those. Can't finish off. It looks like Newful already down, though. That's a great start for Bonkageddon here. Sindence is on the ground. Negative trying to find his way in. He does see Human, but he's unable to connect on that. There were precious seconds left for them to steal, and I do believe this is going to be a cash out from Bonkageddon. They've successfully turned this to a 1-1.
Let's go. I want to see this go all the way to Fortune Stadium, especially just because I know how much Average Man loves to just absolutely destroy that map. And I want to see these two teams have another shot at each other, but this is really Pink's game to lose at this point, and we really need to see Bonkageddon tighten it up and try and force that game free.
Negative playing on the edge of disaster right now. The goo flying left and right, and it's going to be having flashbacks in his next nightmare from this moment. But he gets away successfully. Sindence about to push in onto Newful. Unfortunately, that's going to be 2 versus 1. Gets the hit onto Average Man. Dodges through once, waiting for that goo. The goo blocks him off. Oh, but he gets crushed with an amazing read from Average Man. Sindence also winning that 1v1. It's now Airballer by himself. This is actually great because this time the vault is actually been started. Airballer all alone has to try for a revive, or they're going to be able to completely reset them. Human unable to get the backstab, but he's dropped down. They know where he is.
Got the plug yet.
Oh, did you see that? The flashbang gooed himself. It looks like they just left him alone. Sindence is up there, however. Trying to get a kill. He does take out Sindence. I feel like they should have stayed because that was a prime chance to get a kill and then have the cash out started. But now they've just been reset. Here comes Average Man. Oh, but this could be it. No, Average. He was so low, but he gets the kill.
Let's go.
Missed the first hit, but that's fine. He doesn't care. Here comes Negative. 1 versus 2. Average with the read crushes that man.
Bringing
What
out the
a
horns for us.
beautiful play, Average. We knew it was in him. We knew he had it ready. And this is on a moving platform too. I wonder if they're going to choose to try to goo this off. But a great fight, great plays there from the side of Bonk again. And New Crew now have one cash out they have to take. We got about 90 seconds left in this match.
Spoiler alert: Average is absolutely gonna goo that off the platform.
Absolutely, I would be upset if he didn't, and I would revoke all of his prize pool money if he doesn't.
Fair.
It's okay, he did, so he gets the money. Assuming he progresses forward, we do have a pretty sizable cash pool thanks to Burrito, but also Embark. $135 between the top two teams. Here comes Average with a hammer from the heaven, but can't pull it off. It's currently on the ground. He's getting chased by Negative, but he's in the air. The goo prevents him from going up the zip, and now he's taking a lot of damage, isolated from his team. He does turn around and finish off Negative. It's a one-on-one. But now Sindence and Human as well, trying to finish off Airballer, playing around the edge, trying to avoid getting gooed, and Human running his own goo as well. Sindence hunting him down. He's actually the only one left. Can he play this? He's going to go ahead and get overhead hit. Hits one, but he's taking a lot of damage, trying to survive Sindence with the range. More range on that spear, and that's a successful team wipe. Bonk again.
Wow.
They took their hits, but they got back up, and there's no keeping them down right now.
I'm really surprised. It did look like a couple of those hits from Airballer. I could have swore those landed, and then they turned around and Sindence was at full health. So
could the ping difference be
I don't
working?
think they're going to have enough time to make anything out of this, and this one's ultimately going to go to Bonk again, which we love to see. These two teams are pretty evenly matched at the end of the day.
Yeah, that is a successful hold, not spawning in time, and we're moving to Fortune Stadium. What a match! What a match by Average. We saw that first team wipe, that first cash out. Human had no damage right in the beginning, and they turned around and they stepped up. They figured out what they needed to change, and it was over. Look at that. Human pulling it off again, came back with 4 and 4, really stepping up and being there with his team. So amazing stuff from him. Let's go ahead and get this updated because we are in once again a final match scenario. If we go ahead and check our playoffs and see where we're sitting, looks like we are 1-1. The winner of this is guaranteed money. That's $15 for each of the losers. So if you win this, you do get some money, and then you're gonna go fight Moist in the finals. Who we have seen, Moist can bleed. It's not a done deal. We're gonna jump into our final match right away. It looks like we are all set. Nothing to worry about. So here we go. Let's get into it.
Matt.
Oh, you're right. I'm gonna have to remake this. No, crud. I knew it was gonna happen eventually. Let me.
I'll let the teams know.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just let them know to leave. We're gonna have to remake just have them leave the game, and we'll reset reset the map. And just a reminder, guys, we are currently on Fortune Stadium, or at least we will be as soon as I figure out how to change maps, so we can actually play our final map. Thank you for Burrito for letting the teams know. And we're gonna leave the game. Once everybody is out, we can go ahead and restart it. By the way, Burrito, I'm having a blast casting with you. We've been doing this so long now. We never got the chance to be on a cast together. It's been fun. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, likewise. I know we've done so much work together, and it's normally me on the back end or doing observing or things like that. So it's really awesome to be on the mic with you, and
Right.
it's an absolute treat. It feels like getting to cast a boxing match with one of the greats. It's awesome.
Well, now you're just flattering me. But I appreciate it as always. All right, we might need to remake the lobby. Looks like, yeah, so because Airballer's team in. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and remake this lobby as well. And I'll go ahead and get our teams in here. And we'll keep the colors the same. That way everything can stay online, but we are about to get into our final match. We broke up the flow a little bit, but yeah. I want to sound off in chat. Who are you rooting for? Are you on the side of New Crew, or are you on the side of Bonkageddon? Who are your faves in this final match out? It's kind of a game 3. Let me know in the chat. Who are you rooting for?
Prediction going. We can do a prediction.
Oh, we can try a prediction. Yeah. Or wait, do we have the technology? Are we that good?
Yeah.
All right. Well, while you're setting up that prediction, we're going to go ahead and get our game started. We're jumping into match 3 of our semifinals on Fortune Stadium. 1-1, 2 cash outs to get to the finals.
All right. Yeah, it looks like we're all set and good to go.
Quick shout out to a bunch of people who decided to follow in the best thing. We got Kepi Kepi, V-Suit Bags, Knockout 9, Monster Pig, Forgematic. His name is Ahmed, -7, Berta Who. All followed. Thank you guys for following, as well as Physical, who subscribed with Prime. I appreciate every single one of you. You guys watching is what urges me to keep doing this sort of stuff. So I appreciate everyone so much.
All right, and taking a look at it right now, the chat is really rooting for New Crew, but it is coming up pretty close. It does look like it's coming closer to a 50-50 split. And the tides have turned. Bonkageddon, the stream favorite. Not necessarily a surprise to me. They are kind of the home team, but I'm certain that New Crew has some words for him.
Oh yeah, it's everything's getting put down the line, and there will be nothing left unsaid at the end of this match. Human continuing to run that dagger. I know a while back, a few months ago, he decided he was going to learn dagger, and he's become very good with it, so it's no surprise. I did not know you could run on that. That is a cool shot. Look at that. I did not know you could run there. They're going to tap the vault first, and in comes New Crew. Negative still running with that sword, it looks like. Currently. Wait, he might actually... Wait. No, he's still running the sword. I thought for a second he had a pencil. Average misses the lockbolt. And first lockbolt used, a bit of a slowdown. There goes that sensor grenade as well. Going to keep an eye on the side of New Crew. Hasn't spotted them yet, though. I think they still have no idea where they are. But there goes a winch. Hit one. Sindence underneath is taking some damage. Oh, a huge swipe through is going to go ahead and take Sindence and the second one, but that is going to be a wipe. Human finishing off Sindence negative, while negative finished off Average and Sindence by himself. Human clutching it out for his team, and because the vault already got tapped, that's going to be a quick start and a quick deposit over on B, which I think is going to be actually a really hard point to push.
Oh yeah, and I know Average is going to go ahead and just goo off all these windows and really try and just lock down this point and make sure that no one else is really feeling welcome over there. I think they're going to try and goo the pads. Even similar to that, they almost got knocked off by the goo there.
Yeah, so that goo is going to get in the way.
Good defensive plays.
They were a little too slow to really goo everything off, so there is a chance for New Crew to push in here. Especially if they run through. It looks like they might just try to bring everything down with a combination of goo and hammers. Look at Airballer. These guys that run goo, they're good with goo, and they just instant ladders for them. It's so easy for them to just manipulate the map. Right now, they are so close. Now, Negative is jumping up. That was so bold, but Average, with his back turn, did not capitalize. We may see a lockbolt coming out soon as well. Negative, again, underneath, but it looks like the whole side, Average, again, is above. And where is everybody? No deaths as of yet. Sindence looking for there. Does get a hit on Negative, but he is not yet dead. He is now running, and we see, again, Human chasing from behind. Average getting a slam onto one. Takes out one. Playing chicken here with Airballer. He does get the slide hammer, and that is going to be both of them going down. Human versus Negative right now. Both caught into this gravity well. Negative trying to use the superior range of that sword. Chasing. He does go ahead and take him out, but Average and Sindence above are also finishing off the final two members. It's Negative versus two heavies by himself. With the goo, he finishes him off. Sindence coming in with the stab as Average finishes him off with a side swipe.
Now this is the type of Average gameplay that we were expecting. Average and Sin absolutely like tanking up front, being really dominant. The way that they are both really good at like the overhead smash, quick melee, quick left click. like the way that they are really managing kind of like their flow, I know that they can be really oppressive and cause a lot of burst damage all at once, and it's good to see them kind of catching their stride.
Yeah, they really figured out what they needed to do. New Crew struggling a little bit on this, although that was, I do think, a very, very hard point to push. When they lost that fight, it was just over. Because that getting into that point is going to be really, really hard. We see Average again. Had that lockbolt. I love seeing this lockbolt. Misses his first swipe. Looks like Human might already be down. And Average completely wiped out Sindence and Human trying to finish off. Human is gone. Negative is chasing Sindence right now. Can he finish off? A lot of flames from range, crossing points over and over again, and that's going to be a quick wipe. Not a very impactful fight, though, so they do lose this one, but... And a little mic drop action there from Newful.
Yeah, kind of an inconsequential win, you know? Like, it's just for the ego check, just to show them, hey, we're better. But, you know, it's these two teams are really a lot more evenly matched than maybe the group scoreboard would have suggested.
An airballer with, I believe, is that the final, like, that's a high-level Battle Pass skin, I think, for his hammer. So he's put a lot of hours into that. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do have you know, Human with his dagger and Sindence with both a lot of nice skins here. The Lockbolt not catching the enemy team. A huge... Oh, that's so much damage! Already one down, chasing in. Airballer does finish off Sindence, but Average is right there. He gets winched in himself, though, trying to win this fight. He does, and that's a full team wipe. Sindence with so much damage coming in from that red barrel, just starting off the fight with a true bang.
That's something I'm really surprised I haven't seen the teams taking more advantage of, is because there are no RPGs, because there are no grenades, stuff like that. Like, why aren't we seeing more red barrels? And that red barrel right there honestly made the entire difference of that fight.
Yeah, it was. I also have wondered why we haven't seen more of that, especially, you know, because we've had the elemental grenade still allowed. I have been surprised. I know that we did have teams kind of switching to running both of them to try to deal with the rock paper scissors, and maybe in a cash out like scenario that makes more sense. Maybe in just a 2-team scenario it matters less. They are trying to manipulate this cash out, but they could get caught surprised because they're not ready. Here comes Sindence about to drop down. There's a lockbolt from Average setting them up. Sindence can spin to win now, but I'm not sure where she went. She got winched, hits one with the winch. Newful also hits one with the winch. Caught in two side-by-side gravity cubes. Average is unable to do anything. Sindence in the air, duelers in the sky right now. Sindence is blown up by a barrel, and it's now 1 versus 1. Human versus Negative again. Sword versus dagger. The age-old story. Human is about to get finished off. The last-second goo prevents that chase. Oh, again, he's so close, but he finishes him off. Negative clutching it out for his team. He was inches away from that one backstab, but was able to avoid, and they have another chance.
That was a really surprising 1v1, and I love seeing it come down to two lights, just ultimately, like, kind of jousting, just dashing at each other and trying to just see who makes it out the other side.
Oh, yeah. I'll say this. You're seeing things in this tournament you're never going to see in any other game of Cash Out in your life. Two heavies stuck on the ceiling, swinging spears at each other. You're never going to see that again unless we do another one of these events, and that was a beautiful sight.
Yeah, and I'm hoping we can push this to a third Cash Out, but there is plenty of time for Bonkageddon to come in and make some moves.
Channel points are on the line right now. Sindence leading the charge. A wall of goo meets them, and they've gooed it to the ceiling, trying for a last-second steal. Can the winch happen? The lockbolt doesn't prevent that. I don't think that stuns you. They get the steal. What happened, New Crow? You glued it to the ceiling, but all you did was keep it away from yourselves, and that is Bonkageddon taking it with a last-second steal by Sindence, clutching it, vaulting over that goo and surprising the rest of the team. What a come-from-behind victory, a 2-0, 3 cash-outs in a row. They didn't take a single cash-out until map 2, and then they just ran the board. They didn't drop a cash-out. First 3 cash-outs, all for New Crow, but then after that, it was all Bonk.
I'm really surprised by this, and the scoreboard wouldn't even necessarily, like, tells you exactly how close this was. So it was 50k to 0. I mean, the differences are so minor here.
Yeah, and that, by all rights, that should have gone to a third cash out. They had that set up, honestly, if it wasn't glued to the ceiling, there wasn't enough time. I think they could have just delayed. But because it got glued to the ceiling, they got distracted by Average. Average and Human just running into the team, dealing damage that they can't avoid, and Sindence was untouchable. The Lockbolt couldn't stop it. The Lockbolt doesn't stun, it just held her in place, but she wasn't going anywhere. What a play. That was amazing.
Incredible stuff.
A lot of points on the line. A lot of points got lost. Nucro dropping it here, but a huge thanks to Team Nucro, Airballer, Newful, and Negative. Thank you so much, guys, for jumping in. We appreciate everyone that has been playing.
Yeah, really amazing games from all of our teams, and something that's really hard to practice for. So we know that this is, kind of unique and kind of just for the funsies. So we really appreciate all of our teams coming through, doing something a little unconventional, but ultimately putting on a hell of a show for everyone here.
Yep.
And we are going into our final round for Moist and Bonkageddon, which is
we
going
are.
to be an incredible match. As we've seen these teams play,
Yep.
they are coming into their seventh match. Seventh round of the day.
Yeah.
So
Oh my
everyone's
gosh.
warmed up, they are locked in, and they know no matter what, they're going home with money. It's just a question of how much.
Yeah, all of these matches have gone to a game 3. Here's hoping for a game 3 in the finals, but man, all these have been amazing. We are going to go ahead and get our maps picked out. We are going to set everything up, get our teams in the lobby. We will be right back after a quick word from another sponsor. We're going to jump into our finals.
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Ngimo bring the world a little closer, one element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing and join our global community of friends. Ngimo, beyond boundaries, within reach.
All right, all right, all right. We are in our grand finals. Third and fourth place, Meat Schlammers and Nucro. We're on to our final two. Moist and Bonka getting a lot riding on this. Again, thank you, Burrita and Embark, for juicing up that prize pool a bit. It is a 135 total, so 15 each for second place, and then I believe 30. Does that math make sense? Is that what it was? Yes, that math makes sense. So it is 15 each for the second place, and then 30 each for the for first place. So lots to play for here. Lots going on. It's going to be best of three, and let's take a look at our maps. So in our maps, grand finals now, we do have Vegas into Fortune Stadium, into Skyway Stadium. So we're going to be running those. We're getting our teams into the lobby, getting that set up now. Make sure I get them in the right order too, because we want to make sure that they are the right colors so you can follow along with exactly what is happening. So getting our teams in now, and we're going to get Moist started off.
Whoa, massive shout out to Confucius for 5 gifted subs. That's so awesome.
Yo,
Thank you so
no
much for coming
way.
through.
Confucius, I appreciate the hell out of that, man. Such a massive supporter of everything we've been doing, really. It's incredible. And yeah, no, excited to keep making it happen. Support like that means that I can afford to do a lot more of this, and really appreciate it. Huge shout out to you, man. Go ahead and head back to our playoffs. We're getting our teams into the lobby here. First map is Vegas. Yeah,
this is our last matchup of the day, and I am grateful that Bonkageddon was able to get their synergy together. I didn't want to seem like some type of goon just absolutely glazing the wrong team. But I knew that Bonkageddon had it in them to really pull it through, and despite barely making it through the group stage, they are coming into this grand finals hot and playing very well.
Oh my gosh.
Whereas Moist just had to sit one out too. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Also, Sindence, thank you for the 100 bits, and AG subscribing with Prime, amazing. Thank you guys. Appreciate every single one of you. I hope that you all are revived. Everybody who got a gifted sub or is sub, make sure to check out the emotes, because you got some amazing animated Namatama cheer emotes that the very one and only Decimus made. Check those out because they are super cute, and make sure to cheer for your favorite team. Brita gifting a sub as well. All right, guys, we're going to jump into our final game. Not final game, but final series of the grand finals. Best of 3, 2 matches, and we're going to get to our winner. I'm excited. Who is your prediction, Burrito? Who would you lay your money on?
Oh, I honestly, I feel like I don't know. It's really hard to say. I want to put my money on Bonkageddon, but they're gonna need to play tight because Moist has been playing amazing all day long.
So well.
So I'm really split. My heart says Bonkageddon, but the tape says Moist. So we'll just really have to see how this goes. I'm really excited.
I feel the same way. No, I feel the same way. Like, it's it's so hard to deal with. Like, Dr. Pepper with that sword has been absolutely crushing. This is the melee let me check that name before I keep saying it and getting it wrong. This is the Melee Brigade Discord stack as well. So they do melee, and they don't just do melee, they do melee together. That's all they do. So yeah, it's something else, and I think we've seen them really perform. Restarted the stream for you, Burrito, as well. Should be working now. Just wanted to try.
No worries. It looks like Mush is having some connection issues.
He is. We might have to disconnect. We'll definitely be pausing the game as we get in. We will be pausing as soon as we get in to see if we can get a reconnect, and if we need to, we will restart this one. So let's go ahead and get that started. Over the two synchronized loadouts. We got 2 teams that really prepared for the event in the finals, and that's exciting to see. I love that we have the melee, all the melee stands, if you will, are in the finals, and that's exciting. Mush with some crash issues, but that's okay. We play the finals. We know what we're in for when we load up the game. Head back here real quick while I wait for that to get loaded up. Let's take a look at our groups real quick. Actually, I know it says you're Rio, but that's okay. We're just hide.
That's all right.
But yeah, so if we take a look at kind of where we came from here, Moist with 55 points, $228,000. I want to look specifically at Game 3 Skyway Stadium. They got 28 kills in that map. 28 kills, 17 points for that one map.
Impressive stuff. And that's ultimately why they are where they are, making it this far in the tournament, because they have absolutely been dominant on so many of the teams as they played throughout this tournament.
Yeah, they were styling on people, putting out effort. Bonkageddon, though, no slouches. Started out with a bit of a rough start, and then from there they got first, second. So after that initial rough start, they figured out what they needed to do, pulled off with a single point to spare. 41 to 42. They were able to just clutch their way into the fourth spot, and then from there, obviously, we've seen everything in the playoffs. So it's been impressive to watch them run through. Like you said, it seems like they did have a bit of a faltering start once they got to the playoffs, but it's been impressive what they've been able to pull off since then.
Yeah, I was really worried for them up front. I saw them come in with a fourth place finish after the first game, and I was like, there is absolutely no way. But they definitely have come back as expected and, basically qualified, first or second place every single game.
All right, we do have him back in the lobby. Burrito, do you want to check and make sure our teams are good before we get it started off?
I say send it.
That's a fair point.
But... Yeah. Nothing's happening yet. Nobody's going to be too disadvantaged.
Let me start it off here. And it looks like every team is ready. They are going to have to revive Mush, unfortunately, but that'll happen in just a second. And all right, guys, we are back into it. Grand Finals, game number 1 on Las Vegas. We made it. Been an absolutely crazy tournament so far. I hope everybody has enjoyed watching this. And we're about to Human tapping the vault. But here come Average and Sindence, the duo of terror, falling from the skies onto Dr. Pepper. Explosions happening all over the place. Looks like some red barrels. And here's Average setting up, looking for Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper trying to maintain a lot of distance here. And we see Average and Sindence playing incredibly close. Human almost gets found. But he missed that somehow. Again, nobody losing these fights right now. Here goes some nicely placed goo to block off that spin from Kyubi. And then they use the Human's gateway to get around on the backside now. Some damage coming through. Human trying to find a backstab. Still very little damage being done. Although on the bottom side, Average does go down, but not before dealing a lot of damage to Kyubi. There goes a stab through from Dr. Pepper trying to finish them off. Meanwhile, we do have Sindence. Looks like Human may have won that fight, but we are in a 2 versus 2. Sindence with the spear, finishing that off. And now it is all on Mush to finish him off, and finish him he does. A brutal hit from Mush, and it has just been a never-ending fight here. Mush versus Sindence. Sindence trying for a revive, and here comes Average Man. Mush as well, going for it, but get the win. Sindence finds him, hitting from
Not
range.
sharing your game right now. Change the scene.
No. Okay. Fred. Thank you, Typo. No. Okay. We're back in it now, guys. We're back in it now. You didn't miss anything. This is a pretty boring start to the match so far. Currently, Average Man 1v3ing the entire orange team, pushing in onto Mush and resetting. It looks like pretty much everyone is back up now. The fight has been going on for ages. Human getting wrecked right there at the end after taking out Dr. Pepper, but here comes Average also reviving right in the corner. They see him. Can they stop the revive? It looks like they can. Average getting melted by this hammer, and that's going to be a full team wipe. Orange taking this fight out, but that is an almost 3-minute long fight for the beginning of this grand finals match, which fortunately you guys eventually did get to watch. My apologies to everybody. Looks like we should be back now, though. We should be set. And again, my apologies to everyone. But Unfortunately, we just missed the very beginning, so we are now in on the we are now in and ready. I cannot believe that that Bonkageddon did not win that fight. I thought they had it so many times. People kept getting revives last second.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see kind of like that revive chain, even though nobody has a defib.
Yeah, it was amazing. We are seeing Average Man already stealing that cash out. He has to get pushed. It's so the goo blocked it off. He just got the steal. Sendence on the top, by the way, is able to get she gets killed, but a lot of damage. Average just gets melted, jumps into 3, and just loses his life in a second. Human versus 3 now. Can he get away? He's against a heavy. This is not a good place to be, and that's a clean wipe for them. I thought that play was really smart, but Sindence and Human just got caught a little bit too quickly, and they couldn't recover in time.
Yeah, really surprised to see how quickly they were able to take that back. He ultimately got in, got the sneak, got the steal, but then he put himself out of position, and the rest of his team was up on the roof fighting a 2v3 while he was kind of trying to find his way back up top, and ultimately they were just, Moist was able to bring that one back over to their side.
Yep. So a nice steal back. The almost a shame that we don't see the dance pads. Would be kind of fun to see people emoting again, but here we go. Enough time for them to take a moment and actually figure out how they want to approach this. They got about 30 seconds left, so they still have about 21 with which they can actually fight. There goes a lockbolt holding them in place. Mush trying to drop Average, going for a very quick steal, but now Mush is the one being chased, getting run after by Average. Absolute chaos right now. Average and Sindance playing side by side, grouping up on Mush, but he's able to get away. Huge double hit. Average finishes that off. Dr. Pepper does do his work as well, and Dr. Pepper trying to finish him off. Human versus Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper wins it, but the cash out was going to Moist anyways.
Incredible plays. And again, it just keeps coming up to these lights having to clutch up for their team, and we're kind of seeing a little bit of a difference between, the lights on these two teams really making quite a bit of a difference.
Yeah, if they hit and they get the kills that they need to, 100% it's a win it's a win. Maybe not all the time. You can clutch. I mean, you still got to go through 2 heavies, but if that light gets taken out earlier, it hurts your team fight a lot. The lights do so much to clean up the fight at the very end, and we have seen Human really adapt to the 3v3 meta as opposed to the cash out meta, which is so much more chaotic. Both teams positioning on the roof. QB already appears to have gotten hit by a lockbolt, exposed. His team is not there to support. Human with the backstab is just going to melt. Mush gooing up the entryways and trying to just delay. I love that we've seen every sledge go for goo, Oh, Human gets melted, though. Tried to go for a sneaky backstab play, but got backstabbed himself. Ran right into that hammer, and that's the danger. Sindence waiting for Mush upon the approach. Here comes Average as well. 1v1 duel with the Goose Sledge. Sledge with that spoon. A bit of a delay here. Dr. Pepper, again, still a 2 versus 2. Average doing a lot of damage, but he does get a full hit into Mush, dropping down both of them, losing a lot of health. Dr. Pepper here to help, though, and that's Average going down, but Sindance gets a winch and finishes off Dr. Pepper. Now it's... Oh, it did not finish off Dr. Pepper. Finished off someone, but that is now Human, the only one left alive on his team. Again, Vault 2 still not in a cash-out box. I wonder if Human is going to be able to grab that from Dr. Pepper. The dashes are coming out, trying to win this 1v1. Oh no, the door closed. I don't know if that was Dr. Pepper who closed it on his face. But he ran into a closed door, and that is Human going down. And Moist taking cash out number 2.
And I'm really surprised. I mean, this one's going straight to Moist unless Bonkageddon can find a way to kind of tighten it up a little bit against the stack. But like you said, this is a stack that plays melee only all the time, and also probably has more experience scrimming other melee only teams. Like the opportunity to play against melee only teams is probably pretty few and far between.
Yes.
So I'm very intrigued to see where just the grind versus like tactical applicable experience, to see which one really wins out.
Yeah, we did see a winch that was missed onto Human. He was able to survive. It looks like Human did backstab and take out Dr. Pepper. And Average Man, Sindence going for a steal, but can it be dropped? Trying to bring Sindence down. Did get the steal in time, though. Sindence and Average doing so much damage, just spinning through the enemy team. It's all on Mush, 1 versus 2 right now, and he cannot deliver. But he does go out in a blaze. Did he finish them off both? He took out both with that right click.
The whole
lobby is dead.
Well, this cash out just ticks away, and those timers are.
If I'm going down, you're going with me.
Yeah, we're going down together, and that was a really impressive play. Also, just to make sure that no one's going to have another chance to take this before they at least get an opportunity to set back up. But these setups are dead even, and this is going to be an absolute clash.
Oh, it's just going to be an absolute race, because who can get there? You don't have time to set up your defense, so now it's all on these two teams. Here comes Average. There goes a Lockbolt, holding 2 into place. Sindets trying to go ahead and do some damage, but Kyubi is going to take a lot of damage from Average. Average finishes off 1. Dr. Pepper burning to the flames. He's gone as well. Mush now in a 1 versus 3. Gets backstabbed. Human finishes him off, and that's a quick 1, 2, 3. And cash out number 2 is in control of Bonk again.
Incredible stuff. It does look like somehow Dr. Pepper made it.
He lived.
Maybe coined.
I thought he was done, but he actually survived. It was not a team wipe. I thought he died. I don't know how he survived it. He had a gateway that got him out of there. Sindence does get taken out, but Human is there. Does take a lot of damage, but he doesn't get the backstab onto Mush. Mush is now dead. 2 versus 1. Dr. Pepper by himself trying to handle these two. Does go ahead and take out Human. Now it's Sledge versus Sword. I've done this many times myself, but I'm certainly nowhere near as good as Dr. Pepper. Can he take out Average? Average going for the jump, a 1 versus 1. Both 1 hit away. Ooh, the last second. And it's gone.
Oh, incredible plays. That is literally something I could never have achieved right there. Just winning that one-on-one is honestly so hard. Average is so good. And that was just a really impressive play from Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, that was beautiful play from both of them. What a play, dancing around the edge there. Average doing everything he could. That goose stop at the last second to prevent the dash from coming in that one time. Incredible play from both of them, especially with that ping difference. But that was an epic 1v1, and we're still we got one more cash out left. This is only game number 1.
Exactly. And it's already been such a heater so far. So I'm really excited to see how the rest of this series goes. Because looking at it now, this is anyone's game.
Oh, he takes 1 out. Human dodging into 2 does get the kill, but he goes out himself. But he does get a trade, which means that unfortunately they're not going to be able to capitalize on this. Average dueling with Dr. Pepper right now, as well as having to deal with Mush and QB, who have been gotten all the way up. Here comes Sindence trying to spin. Does go ahead and take out the light. Now the question is, does she drop down and try to get a revive? It looks like that may be the choice, and it's going to now be a 2 versus 2, as Mush is now reviving his teammate as well. Average looking for Kyubi. Here they go. I heard a Lockbolt go out, trying to find... Looks like they found Human, and Mush is now riding. He's found Sindence. He gets... Oh, I think he did get that hit, but he's now being chased by Average Man. Knows that the goo is coming for him. He's trying to run. It looks like he's going to escape. Instead, Average Man has turned towards Kyubi, and this is a 1v1 again of the Sledges chasing after. He's so low. Mush as well, retreating. A little bit of both teams choosing choosing to retreat for just a second. But here comes Mush chasing in, does get the first hit. Average gets... Looks like he got taken out by Mush. That is a loss for Average. I really thought he had that. He got the first hit, but just a little bit slower. Meanwhile, it was already started. Yeah, Human and Dr. Pepper have just been dueling it out. They're just staring at each other. Does he stop this? Can he stop this? It's 1 versus 3, basically. Oh, he's got the goo. He has the goo. He missed. They already missed the winch, so they're pushing in. All 3 are now here. Oh, but the Lockbolt into the sword. Sindence now 1 versus 3. Gets winched in. Probably a quick death as well. They need to reset. Average needs to wait for the team to revive.
Yeah, I'm hoping he doesn't go for the stagger, but it looks like he's going to just try and W key him, and they're going to at least know where he is. And, ooh, I don't know if that was the play, but if he can win a couple quick one-on-ones, he can set himself up for a great situation, but unfortunately just wipe.
May have decided they just wanted to reset and not have to worry about getting staggered. Maybe worried Dr. Pepper would find him. Not sure. As it is, they're going to have, when they respawn, they're only going to have about 30 seconds left to go ahead and steal this back.
Tactical.
Where are they going to spawn? That's going to matter a lot where they get to begin. It looks like they're all the way over towards the soundstage. So they do still have about 40 seconds left, 35 now. It's going to be really, really tight. They have to, unfortunately, again, no mediums to give you a jump pad, to give you any sort of mobility whatsoever. So it is all on them to just roll onto this point like a tidal wave and just sweep orange away so they have time to steal. There goes the lockbolt. Average trying to separate this fight. Human goes in. I see he does do damage. Dropping, gets the goo, tries to finish off, but it's too late. I don't know if he has time. Chaos all around, and that is a successful hold. Moist taking game number 1.
Really impressive stuff, and not necessarily like that came down to the absolute last second, but
It really did.
Moist really did bring that one home, and we're going to see how it goes with the next map being Bonkageddon's map.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Could be a little bit of a map advantage, could be one of their favorite Melee maps to play. So
yeah, I'm excited to see what they can pull off. I got a hand. I'm still going back to that 1v1 Dr. Pepper with the incredible plays. I cannot believe how slick that 1v1 was. That was beautiful to watch. Absolutely beautiful to watch. I also have a million pings, probably because I was not streaming the first 2 minutes of the event. But we should be in a better spot now. All right. Any takeaways from that match as we go into our game 2?
Honestly, Mush with 16 kills that game is doing some absolute work. So, as we move on to our second map, I'll be very interested to see exactly how that shakes out.
Yeah. All right. And it looks like we are pretty ready to go. Let me just make sure this was about... Yep. All right. Thanks for the ping, guys, for letting me know. I apologize for that. We are going to start game number 2, and this time, as a special treat, just because you guys have been so nice, you actually get to watch the first couple minutes. So I don't know if you guys are excited about that one, but yeah, here we go. This grand final, all of this, the entire tournament so far has been exactly what I wanted from this. The plays and the chaos, but also just it's been impressive. These guys are really showing what Melee can look like, and it's actually been quite competitive. I feel like it's been very close matches.
Yeah, taking a look here at the predictions, the crowd mostly heavily favored Bonkageddon, so
yeah,
I'm gonna be interested if this ends up being a bit of an upset, or if, like the rest of the rounds have gone, Bonk is going to drop a round or two, and they're going to tighten it up and just come in absolutely angry these last 2 games. But we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We are about to get in. Remember, this is a best of 3, so Moist, all they got to do is take 2 more cash outs. It's game point right now, and Bonkageddon has to find a way to come together. That last match was so close. I don't think it's going to be a problem for them to get some fights up and take some wins. But the last time we were here, was this this was the map that they were able to take with that crazy last second steal, pinching it out. But they're not gonna. I don't think Moist is gonna let them get away with something like that. I think they're gonna be a lot more disciplined and manipulate that cash out in a way that makes more sense. Sindent's getting caught. Dr. Pepper has eyes, but there comes Average behind, looking for a slam. Misses it, though. He actually gets hit himself, and Mush finishing him off. But there goes a stab. Human finishing Mush off. And now Human has a chance to back out. Here comes Sindent's spinning in. A winch takes out one. And Sindent's with the 1v2. Crushes the rest of Moist, getting this first vault in control of Bonkageddon.
And this is exactly what we were hoping to see out of them is, take that first L, learn what you can from it, and come back with a bit of a game plan. And it seems like that's exactly what they did.
It's been beautiful to watch. Human especially hitting a lot more of these stabs now. Looks like the spawn was in a really good spot for them as well. The spawn is not going to put Moist in between the vault and the cash out they're going to, and we wonder where they're going to go. Now, they are behind. They probably do see them. Sindent's turning around. There is a lock bolt that appears to have missed, and going to go ahead and just goo off this wall. Sindent's running away. They're setting it up into A. A lot of setup being done right now to prepare this site, and it looks like Moist want to take this from a high ground advantage. Average setting up, very split right now, him and Sindents, but he knows that he can win this 1v1. If he can catch Dr. Pepper, this is huge. He needs to try and find him again. That light going down early, he needs to be the cleanup instead of the initiator, but Dr. Pepper able to get away. No issues with him this time. The goo towers are going up. There goes the gravity grenade. But the sledge from underneath destroyed the gravity grenade, and it's now fallen. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit hard to get through into there, so they have to find a way. There comes Average going through the sidewall, but Average takes a hit himself, and here comes Mush chasing after them. Human trying to deal with Mush. Looks like he did get a hit. Can he get the second? There goes Mush down. Oh, I feel like maybe he should chase that, but instead, he's going to go ahead and go for the revive. Sindent's dead on the backside. Did a lot of damage, but QB is going to get a successful steal. No, it dropped. It looks like that may have been Mush dropping it further down, but I don't know if that was the right choice, because here comes Human, gets the delay, but does get smushed. Absolute chaos right now. Here comes Average, once again, delaying it. It just cannot be taken at this point, it seems like. It looks like he's the only one left on his team. A 1 versus 3. He's going to drop that lock bolt in, waiting for the prime moment. Can he prevent this? He dropped it a little bit early, but he does have some goo. He's preventing it again. There goes the steal on the backside. They've locked down where he is. No members of Bonkageddon are close enough, and that is a successful steal. Sindent's running in, trying to finish off QB. The spear duel is in favor of QB, and Moist with a resounding win there is going to take cash out A. Human just waiting for his team to revive.
I'm really surprised at the way that ended up shaking out, because it really did look like it was going to go the way of Bonk for the beginning of that fight, but ultimately just ended up getting staggered and not quite playing as cohesively as they need to win this game.
I wonder, I do feel like maybe some of that was Human's decision to not chase Mush and instead go for the revive. He was on his own. It was a 1 versus 3, but if he takes out Mush and then gets the revive onto Average, it's a 2v2 instead of a 2v3. And I wonder if maybe that was the best choice. Regardless, it was still really close. Average got a little bit baited. They knew he was going to come in, and so they baited that steal. Really smart play by them. And now we're on to the second cash out. Remember, this is the cash out that Bonkageddon have to get this. Otherwise, we're only a couple minutes away from crowning Moist our grand champions.
Yeah, and I'll be really interested to see how Bonk even tries to get this, because basically they need the next 3 cash outs to win. 3 out of the 4, cash outs coming up.
Immediate winch, but Sindents is there trying to spin. Average, by the way, as well, is ready to just go completely ham on them. Looks like Human has taken out 1. Mush there, trying to get away. Looks like we're currently in a 3 versus 2. Does a lot of damage to Quixote there, and that's taken out. It's now 1 left for the side of Moist. They know he's there. He has the motion sensor. And are they going to chase this? I feel like they should. They found him. Mush is by himself versus 2, getting chased. Going to go ahead and clean him up. Average. Just another day at the office for him. Change that spoon out for a broom, because he cleaned up the competition there.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming back and doing exactly what they need to do to try and keep themselves in this. I mean, ultimately they take that wipe. They only have 1 more push to try and make this through. So really impressed. He's really good at gooing off the jump pads and kind of making them unusable. And I think that's what he's going to do, is he's going to shoot over to where Human is and try and block off those pads so they can't even jump over.
And look at this. They've set this up so you can't use that jump pad. You can't use dump pad. You have to head over here, and Human's ready.
Oh, he fired that lock bolt just a
little
second
bit,
too soon.
But wait, Human's dropping down. There he goes, immediately taking out Kyubi, slowing this down even further. He waited, he bided his time, and he was able to finish that off. He's about to go ahead and get dropped by Dr. Pepper, though. Can he catch up to him? There's the goo to separate, and Human is just a delay tactic. All he's trying to do is just slow this down, give them time to reset. All 3 members of Moist are currently up, but that's not the important part. The important part is that there are precious seconds left. There goes the fire from beneath. It's almost over. Mush, they have to try for this in a second, but Average is waiting for you. You have to start now. You cannot wait any longer. Here comes Average. Wait, he dropped himself, but that didn't matter. It's over anyway. Sinden's able to delay this enough. In the middle of this fight, Kyubi now, Average is back. He finishes off one, but he is going to get taken out himself. A team fight win, but they've lost the cash out. Bonkageddon pulling it back.
Yeah, incredible plays really from Orange. Ultimately, not able to get the cash out, but really able to try and make the push for it. Ultimately, Average was ready for them and knew exactly what the play was going to be on their end.
Yeah.
And was able to just play right in, like, read them like a book, and ultimately keep that cash out on his team's side and keep his playoff, or keep his winning dreams alive.
I also want to highlight the patience that Human had there. He saw Dr. Pepper run past, but instead of jumping out and trying to get that backstab, he waited for the heavies he knew were coming, and that kill did a lot to slow that fight down. Here we go. Average, Sindens on separate sides of the map right now. It looks like they prevented the vault from going through the gateway. This is a big step for them. Dr. Pepper been spotted. Looks like we do have Kyubi doing a little bit of a lockbolt action there, pulling Average Man down from that zip, but Human might be trying for a backstab play, but they know he's here now. I think that would maybe be a bad choice to go through. Not sure what he tossed through there, but it's very split. They know they have to go through them at some point. Just kind of a face-off here. Just kind of looking at each other. Oh, wait, I thought he got him. Human, he's so low. Can he block it off? He gets taken out. Meanwhile, Average has dropped down to try and help his team, but that's a fool's errand. Sindens, the only one left, is going to go ahead and grab that vault. It's all just a distraction tactic. Sindens is running. And I think the better play here is just bring it to the edge of the map and just try to let your team get up. It looks like, yeah, she's just going to sit there, not even bothering to... Oh no! Dr. Pepper! What happened?
Nuked.
Dr. Pepper slipped off the point, and he is out of commission for a bit now, but the winch there for Sindens. She's going to get pulled in. Can she win the 1v1? Almost. Kyubi winning that spear 1v1 with a little bit of the damage from the sledge. Meanwhile, it looks like Dr. Pepper actually grabbed the vault as it was falling, so it didn't respawn anywhere else. He's just going to go ahead and take a dip. Meanwhile, it looks like they didn't spawn. They didn't bother to use any coins. So they are all going to be up in just a second, probably spawning between Mush and Point D. That was a hilarious chain of events.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they didn't have any like any movement to get out of that situation. They found themselves out there, they gooed themselves off, which is really quick thinking, but then didn't have anywhere that they could dash, do another goo, nothing else. They ultimately just kind of stalled out there, which, while it was a great save, it ultimately didn't do anything for them.
Yeah, I think it was a good idea, but didn't end up being enough. Here comes QB, a big lock bolt is holding everybody in place, but hasn't dropped down just yet. There goes Mush, jumping in very aggressive, but almost falling off the side. Not a lot of damage, only Human taking damage so far. QB with a spin, but the lockbolt has gone onto QB as well. Biding time. They have the high ground. A lot of gravity vortexes are down. Sindens gets winched in. A lot of damage just into the middle of 3, but that's already Human. Gets a huge backstab, a very timely backstab as well. This is going to free Average up. A 1 versus 1 between him and Dr. Pepper. He's trying for a last-second revive of his own. Can he finish off Dr. Pepper? Needs to bait him out. Loses that 1v1 because Mush was on the backside, and that is going to be Bonkageddon dropping down. They're going to have one more fight to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, this is really, really dominant play by Moist, and we need Bonk to try and get this cash out, force a game 3, because really this is their absolute last opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
And the RNG is really going to decide how much of a chance that they have, and they're going to spawn in pretty close, but I think they're only going to have enough time for one fight.
The gateway is going to be huge here. Average not taking the gateway. He decides to just move forward. It looks like they might try to drop it. I think that's the play here. Bring it down. You don't want to have to fight on the roof again. Setting up their steel area right now. Get some Groot grenades down. The question is, are Moist ready for this? It's being dropped. Dr. Pepper is prepping for it. Oh, he's going for the steel below. He might think Sendensa's doing it. Dr. Pepper tries to prevent it. I don't know. He does see him. They're able to go ahead and take out Mush. That's going to be Dr. Pepper down as well. Here comes Cube. He does take out Human, but he's spinning to winning. Average is going to win that duel. But can he? Is he there in time? He has to start stealing now. I think he has time. It's going to be a successful win from Bonk again and taking us to a game 3.
Wow. And that is exactly what we needed to see from them. That was so close and almost even just got the fumble on the steal itself.
Yeah, that was so... he had to have... If he didn't have Goo there's a chance he might not have gotten the steal. Having a little bit of a jump just so he could get close enough to be in range for that steal was crucial. And oh my goodness, my heart cannot take this. That is a 1-1 match right now. We are in it right now.
We are absolutely in it, and I am looking forward to this very final match. It could not be a better situation for us, and I am really excited to see both of these teams really go head-to-head and see who is the best on the mountain.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be amazing to watch. We are here in the finals. Make sure to let your friends know. Let them know the finals is happening, because we got to get everyone in here for one of the most amazing tournaments I've seen. We're getting our I did it. No, I did. What map is it on now? We might have to restart. I thought it was Bernal. It glitched out. I thought I switched it to Skyway, and then it switched to Bernal. So let's see what it actually is, because it says Bernal, but I chose Skyway, so we'll see. Is this that spectator glitch again? What is it this time? Wait, hold up.
Yeah, let's
hold up.
Take a quick gander, but I can let teams know if we need a remake.
And Mark, please. All right, we're back on Fortune, so we're gonna remake it. I chose neither of those, so didn't choose either.
Excellent.
So we're gonna remake, and we'll bring them back in for. We'll just remake this lobby and set up for Skyway Stadium.
All right.
Probably got to remake the lobby too, because I'm not sure why it did that to us. But here we go. Set this up, and we're gonna go ahead and get them into the lobby proper.
Yeah. We'll get a new one spun up. In the meantime, I'm so surprised that this has gone just 1-1, and actually all of our playoff games have gone to a best-of-3 situation.
Yes.
Which I think is absolutely incredible. It really speaks to kind of the level playing field that all these teams are on. No one's getting just absolutely steamrolled in this tournament. And really all of our top 4 teams are here for a reason. And it's really great to see how these have all been playing out.
Yeah, I've been incredibly impressed. We've actually gone to 3 matches on every single playoff match so far, which is really impressive. That you don't see that too often. So yeah, really high level of play, some amazing comebacks. Bonkageddon really figured out what they needed to do here. We're gonna be on Skyway Stadium properly this time, and yeah, we are only like probably 10 minutes away from crowning our grand champion. What a absolutely insane event this has been so far. I've enjoyed this a lot.
Yeah, this has been an absolute blast, and it's just such a great break from the meta. You know, not a million F cars, no one being mad about any one weapon, anything like that. Like this is a style of gameplay that is unachievable outside of a tournament environment. So it's really exciting to watch. It's a really great break from all of the very basic ranked play that we, end up watching a lot of. So it's fun to just switch it up, and this has been an absolute blast to see people who are the best at their niche really battle it out.
Absolutely, it has been truly amazing to watch. We are getting into the game now. It's Skyway. We are set. That is our final match of the day. It ends here. We don't get to see any other matches. We don't get to see any more cash outs. It is elevated structures Skyway, one of my most hated variants, but it's not. There's no guns. You're playing melee. This is gonna change things up a little bit. I think we saw this with we did see this with Bonkageddon's last match when they pulled that comeback and began their reverse sweep. But I wonder if they'll be able to do it again.
And this is really anyone's game. Like you could put it down to a coin flip, and I would not be able to tell you for certain exactly who's going to go home with the trophy. But I'm excited to see exactly how it shakes out. Let's get into it.
Yeah. I gotta be honest, if you'd asked me before, I probably would have put my money onto Moist, just seeing how much kind of they were struggling. I mean, I love Average, love those guys, Human, Syndes, they're fantastic, but I was like, I just feel like Moist has been popping off, but they have turned it around. They have put on an absolute show. Human has been hitting some major backstabs, and we've seen, like, every time Average and Syndes show up, I get scared, because they just do so much damage. There comes a red barrel from range. Not doing any damage yet, and it looks like they're just going to sit here and wait. It's hard to push, especially without those things. Here comes Dr. Pepper, jumping in, faking them out, doing a little bit of a juke.
I think the emote meta is so funny because at any type of range, there's not really much you can do. You can just kind of like emote at each other and just like be silly. Because when you're more than 10 feet away from one another, there's not a lot of opportunity for you to really do much damage. So
yeah,
it is a little bit of a patience game, which is pretty funny to watch.
Ooh, fight breaking out now, though. Average is going to get bodied by Mush and Dr. Pepper together. That's the first blood of this grand final match 3. Syndes is here to pick up the slack, though. Good off by the light there, and they're going to go ahead and finish off Syndes. I believe that's even a full team wipe now, and that is Vault 1 in control of Moist, but they got 100 meters to run, and the Vault stayed up on the elevated platform, so a little bit of a delay there. I don't think that Bonkageddon is going to be in time to prevent this, but we do also have a cash out that is not on any of the elevated platforms. It is going to be in kind of the office building here. Actually sitting on the roof of the office building, possibly the most interesting cash out we could have of all the cash outs on this building. I really hope we don't see an elevator cash out. I'm gonna be completely honest right now, although that would be utter chaos.
Yeah, I definitely want to try and avoid those in this type of situation, just because
I thought he killed himself.
A goo blender. It's going to be an absolute mess. So this is a really interesting cash up, especially because they have opted to destroy everything up on the roof.
Oh, Mush has been found, though. He's gotten chased by Syndes and Average. Can he take out Average? He can. That's a 1 versus 1. Huge play from Mush because he was able to go ahead and delay that. QB, a little bit of health. He does get taken out, but Dr. Pepper finishes it off. It went down to the last man, and Dr. Pepper, again, clutching it up for Steam. How many times has this guy clutched it? How many times can he be the last remaining member and still pull it off?
That was absolutely like that meme of the person in the church and the gun behind them and the gun behind them. They were just getting in line, trading kills back and forth.
Oh, it was just one after the other.
Yeah, that was a game of attrition for sure.
Yeah, get a little more time to go ahead and set this cash out up. Get that goo in place, and they do have that fire. We haven't seen that play a huge effect yet. Human has been spotted, so they know they're on this side, but Average and Syndes are below. Probably going to try to drop this down, but the goo is making it hard to drop it. It is disintegrating second by second, though. Can they bring it down? Average, again, bringing it down. By the way, Human on the other side is going to get winched in, but he's able to pull away. He has his own gateway. Meanwhile, Dr. Pepper is pushing in, trying to delay this steal. But can he do it? It's still going through. Average finishes it off. Syndes spinning like a roulette, is able to survive for just a second longer. Meanwhile, on the backside, Dr. Pepper trying for a steal by himself. Average, can he do it? He does get the goo. Human with a backstab takes off the light as well. It's now a 2v2. Once again, Average trying to win. Mush with hammer versus hammer, but Average is mounting. He's vaulting over the place. This looks like it's going to be a take for Bonkageddon. They're taking this first point. Human finishing off. QB, and Mush finishes it off again, and he dives to the gas. It's again a full lobby wipe.
That was incredible delays by Human to really be able to try and go in there and push it hard to really make sure that they weren't able to get that steal and that they were able to keep this cash out in. They are now only one cash out away from being crowned first place, and yes. I know that is something that to average man to lose a melee competition would probably break his heart.
Oh, so, he would be so sad.
This is really a battle of the best, and I'm so excited to see exactly how these last 1 or 2 cash outs go.
Yeah, the play so far by Mush, QB, and Dr. Pepper has also been absolutely top tier. Just the way they've been playing these fights. Dr. Pepper with that sword is he's a surgeon with that thing. And it's been incredible to watch. We do have the potentially final vault. Average currently stuck in a gravity cube. I'm sorry, Sindet's stuck in a gravity cube, and Average running after. QB spots him running, doesn't do anything, leaves them alone for right now. If they can separate them, Lockbolt goes out. Here comes Burrita. You're not in the game. QB, here comes Dr. Pepper. And, sorry, confused myself there for a second. Gonna go ahead and light all of this goo on fire. Human pushing through, tries to go for a stab, but fails it actually. And then we do see on the backside, he's again trying to push in. It's so hard to go against a spear. He's probably used to playing a lot against sledge players, but you just don't see many spear players. So here we go, chasing after Dr. Pepper, decides to come back, helping out Sindence. Sindence is gone. Looks like Average is also gone. Human against the world, and he gets taken out. A win in this fight for Moist, but again, a fight that doesn't really matter. They're going to be very close. They're going to get a very early cash out here, but it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, they're going to be able to go ahead and get this cash out started, and the spawn from here is really going to decide how the rest of this game goes. I think they are maybe working a little bit for the delay. Nope, they plug it right before the spawn, so we'll see how close they end up. Yeah. Not a bad spawn, so I think they're going to have 2 fights to go ahead and take this. If they can't take it on the first one, I think they will have a second opportunity. So, no matter who ends up taking this cash out, there might be 2 chances, unless...
And they've completely nullified that jump pad. The jump pad that you normally take up has been removed, out of commission. Unfortunately, they found this other one. Here comes Average, dropping in a big lockbolt. All 3 members of Moist have been caught, and they're gooed up as well, being chased by the madman with a spoon. A lot of damage already into Mush, but there goes Kyubi, taking out Sindence. I believe an Average man is now pushing up. We do see Sindence. It looks like Human was the one to go down. They're defending. They do have a motion sensor on them, so they're trying to stay alive as they're going for the revive. They successfully get the revive, but it has been a fight up and down. A gravity on the jump pad has made it hard to use. Currently, Sindence trying to stay alive. Going in for Mush, finishes off Mush. There's Dr. Pepper, a 1 versus 1 again, and Dr. Pepper again clutching it. 1 versus 1. He finishes off Sindence, cannot be stopped.
Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard, because I am interested to see exactly, Mush. Dr. Pepper not even necessarily bringing home the most kills, but providing the most utility when they need it.
Yes.
Those 4 kills, while not the most on their team, have been some of the most impactful on their team.
Meanwhile, Average, having a rough game. Actually, just not... It's not even the kills, it's just that he hasn't been able to get in or even do much damage. I don't think there's even time for them to get to this point. It's going to be close, especially with this jump pad mostly gone. We see Human diving in, trying. He does get winched. Lockbolt, not dead yet, though. Looks like we have Human on top. Sindence is trying to help out. Average going to spin. Hits 1. Does get taken down. Human 1 versus 2. No longer any chance of getting this steal, but he's going to try to clean them off, but he gets burned by the fire. The Inferno enveloping the site is going to let Mush clean this up. And again, a one-man left victory for Moist. But once again, it's we still have 1 more cash out left. Game 3 of the grand finals has gone to the last possible cash out.
Yeah, and I think we're really seeing, we need to see Average Man come alive. Otherwise, I think this is going to go the way of Moist. Not necessarily to try and, put all the pressure on one player, but when we take a look at, how things are working out, we need Average to get in there and to really do his to really do his thing. Otherwise, Bonk is going to be out of this.
The entire crane is on its way down, but the vault is on top of it. That thing is about to fall into the abyss. Sindence, please don't take it. Let it take you with it. Actually, this probably works out better for Bonkageddon. This vault is now going to be in their control, and Orange is going to have to push towards them a bit. Moving platforms are going to come here, so if they just wait, Pink can get to it. But the question is, will Moist give them that space? Average is trying to run right now, getting a lot of goo from the high ground. Mush has trapped Average right now. He's desperately running. If he hits this jump pad, he's scot-free, but he has to get there. It looks like he can get away, and the cash out has been begun. Here comes Mush on the high ground. Here comes Dr. Pepper. Gets a big hit into Sindens. Sindens does do some damage. Finishes off, though. Wins the 1v1 versus Dr. Pepper. That's a big start to this fight. Sindens quite low. Does need a hand. But there's Average Man and Human double teaming on the other member of this team. Mush by himself is the last one. Can he get this long revive start? No. Winched by Sindens. Prevented from the revive. He's trying now, but all three are there. And Average come flying in from the sideline like an eagle, just smashing that man. And this is also winched the point off, so now we are maybe 2 fights away, probably one good fight from crowning our winners.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see how they play this, because a decent delay here can make it a 1-fight cash out, and then at that point all you have to do is delay and not lose. And I think, you know, you have this win, but I think it's going to be really difficult for them to try and pull that off, especially with such a gracious spawn as Moist just got.
Absolutely. Everyone firing all cylinders here. We need to see Orange coordinate very well to get this. We know they can. They've been playing amazing all tournament long, but can they pull it out when it is most necessary? There are no more second chances. A big lockbolt is holding them all into place, just delaying this even further. They have destroyed the lockbout, and here goes Dr. Pepper. Diving into the site, using this goo to mantle up. He has found Sindens. He misses the swipe, though. Gets the second one. Is going to go ahead and jump out of the way. Looks like they are trying, just faking the steal. Dr. Pepper again, looking for an entry point. He sees Human there. Decides to go the other way. Heavies are much juicier, easier targets to track down. Mush trying to go ahead and find them as well. QB drops a long-range lockbolt. I'm not sure if it hit anyone, but that's a kill. Sindens is gone. On the point here, we do see it is seconds away. Dr. Pepper versus Human. It's a 1 versus 1 of the lights. It has come down to this. He has to start the steal now. I don't think there's any time, and that's it. Average Man is there to finish it off. The last man standing. Average taking the first Melee tournament. Average, Human, and Sindens winning this round. And winning the entire tournament.
Incredible games, y'all. Oh no, I ended the prediction a little early. Oh no, I haven't yet. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, that final fight was so close. Dr. Pepper with so many good movements, but they just were all over the place. It was so, the timing was so tight. They just couldn't quite pull it out. Mush with 9 kills, leading the lobby with kills. Absolutely played his heart out. What a game. What a game. Amazing play.
Incredible stuff. And I'm not surprised, but I am surprised at what a battle it was to get here. And just absolute hats off to Bonkageddon for a really incredible 4-2 run through the upper bracket.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And I mean, I can't not say some stuff about Team Moist as well. Coming in, I haven't seen him play before, and man, was I absolutely blown away. Just crushing the entire group stage. Insane stuff, some amazing kill scores. And then in these brackets as well, they dropped a couple games, yeah, but that first semifinal, they were in control for most of that. And then with the grand finals, I mean, it was on a razor's edge. We saw so many amazing plays from QB. We saw some stuff from Mush as well. Just all around, incredible players. I'm blown away by the level of quality of what we've seen this event.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by all the plays from all of our teams today, and Moist made it's really interesting that our first and fourth place teams from the group stage made it through and into our playoffs, into our grand final, and ultimately, you know, it was kind of the two teams. Looking at just the group stages, you would have thought this is an easy win from Moist, but Bonkageddon really providing the upset there, and really made incredible games. Amazing games from Moist, especially after just such a dominant run through our group stages.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Thank you so much to everybody who participated. This was a super fun event. This was really fun to cast, to get to organize, something I've wanted to do for months now, and I'm glad we finally pulled it off. Thank you to everybody who was watching, to everybody who was playing. I want to give big shout outs to all of those teams. Bonkageddon, of course, our winners. Evil Empire with Iced Milk, MMORD, Dementio, Nucro with Newful, -7, Airballer, Moist, of course, second place team. The absolutely goated stack there. QB, Mush Monkey, Bubba, and Dr. Pepper, of course, you know, the GOAT there. We got Team Soul, Planet Knight, Cloud ID, Linksy, fantastic guys, Sleepy Foxes, Heat, Windexian, Axolate, and then the Schlammers, Mr. Derp, Hypothetical, and AG coming in, and then our hard hitters, our team that came in and filled in this last slot, Mao, Cheech, and Killer Frog. Thank you so much, everybody, for playing. This was an absolute blast.
Yeah, such a great time. Thanks everyone so much for coming through, all of our players. Thanks so much to Rio and to Merch for, you know, casting our group stages with us. It's always fun when we can get more people involved and really create more opportunities for everyone around. So thank you all so much for coming through and for all the hands that stacked to really get this done. We're super grateful for this awesome community and looking forward to running some more events again here soon.
Yeah, you definitely going to be hearing from us again soon as we have more stuff for you. Of course, join the Discord so you can check out and make sure you keep up to date with everything that's happening, because there's always new stuff, going, and always new stuff that you can check out. So make sure to check that Discord when you can. But yeah, thank you everybody so much for playing. And yeah, I will be sending us off on a raid in just a minute. But you guys have a great rest of your day. And thank you again, Burrito, for casting with me. This was really fun.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was awesome to finally get to be on the mics together after so long of working together. And yeah, this was an absolute blast. Looking forward to doing it again.
Yeah, I'm going to send everybody over to Meech and Merch. He's on a 24-hour stream, so show him some love. Came in and casted on Burrito stream, so I want to go ahead and give him a little bit of love there. But thanks, everybody, again. I'm going to go ahead and send you all off. And yeah, this has been an absolute blast. So everybody take care.